That's just him. He called around trying to be important. Constituent of my ward calling him trying to solicit Joe Jones to get involved in something.
They always try to do that.
That's the goal.
Alright, sorry, so I got enough out of my own ward.
Hey, listen.
And Inez, let me know when I have a quorum.
I'm not trying to tell you.
Good to see you.
Yep, I'll text you his contact. Yep.
It was good. I saw my mom's family, which was great. My aunts and uncles.
What?
And mom's side too. And then,
Well, you know,
Mario is on he's on a plane now. He's coming up from
Hi, Ms. Palfy. Yes.
I just want to let you know, I worked on police reform for 7.5 years. I live in Parma, and I made a public comment at last December's council meeting.
I remember.
Councilman Casey in one day got a policy change that I couldn't do for 2 years. But
That's good.
if I couldn't speak, it wouldn't happen.
That's why I'm trying to tell you. I'm not against.
And just so you know, I'm not from documentaries today.
No.
Is that Friday? Okay. I'm just here on my own. I don't understand why a resolution of council won't change anything. Councilman Casey, I was just telling Council President. What did I do? No, you did something good. Basically, I was telling you, I live in Parma, but I've worked on crisis intervention for 7.5 years, and then because I made a public comment at a meeting last December, you got a policy change in a day that I couldn't change in 2 years. You know?
See, if you work with us individually, that we get things done.
Right, but my point is that I live in Parma, and if I wasn't allowed to make a public comment, that wouldn't have happened.
We.
Okay, I just,
That's very smart.
All right.
thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is called to order. Madam Clerk, please. Today is Monday, January 8th, 2024. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Here.
Present?
Present.
Present.
Thank you. We have 3 quick pieces of legislation. If Director Cole can join us at the table. The first one is a council piece, and then the other 2 are administrative pieces. And these are for introduction and consideration of passage for the entire committee this evening. The first one is ordinance number 31-2024 by Councilmember Griffin, an emergency ordinance to amend Section 4 of ordinance number 194-2021, passed March 29, 2021, as amended, relating to salaries for various classifications. Director Cole.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, this is to amend Section 4 of the ordinance to specifically change the wage rates for council aides. The minimum to be reestablished at $15.33 and the maximum at $25.
Okay. Once again, this is something that we're pushing for as council. Do we have any questions regarding ordinance number 31-2024? Councilman McCormick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this has generated 2 out of a body of work that Councilman Slife and others did, ensuring that the minimum rate was of living wage, benchmarked at living wage, instead of just the 15 an hour. And then the 20, what is the peak of that, Director? The top level?
$25.
The $25
Yes,
was
sir.
also an increase in response to members wanting to increase that. So, but I believe the 1533 specifically is the living wage rate, which is how that was established. Through the chair, is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other questions regarding ordinance number 31-2024? Councilwoman Moore.
No, thank you. I'm fully supportive, especially this has been a long time coming. And just putting in a plug while I have the body here, that I think we're all in agreement. Our executive assistant positions have been long underpaid, and I wouldn't mind like a study across the city about how those executive assistants are compared to comparable positions, especially given that our executive assistants are not our schedulers. They are people who are out in the ward, taking community meetings on our behalf. Like, they are subject matter experts as well. So I just want to put in a plug that we should continue this work from the council aides to the executive assistants as well.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Spencer?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive of this piece and pleased to see our council aides recognized with a possibility of that increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Conwell?
Councilwoman Moore
You got to pull up your microphone.
she narrated my issues and concerns, so I agree with her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Starr?
Yes, Council President. I just want to get a clarification regarding council aides. Do they have a certain time period that they could be an aide? Is that part of anything that says, hey, only for 2 years this person could be an aide? Or do they have a lengthy period if they're doing a great job, if the council person chooses to keep them on?
No, that's up to the member.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? All right, any other questions regarding 31-2024? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 31-2024 stands approved. Please, it will be heard for consideration for the full body this evening. Next up is ordinance number 32-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend sections 8 and 16 of ordinance number 194-2021 passed March 29, 2021 as amended relating to salaries for various classifications. Director Cole.
Thank you again, Council President. My second piece, first to amend Section 8, which is to specifically consolidate the airport operations agents 1 and 2 classifications into one standard airport operations agent classification. And then it is to also subsequently amend the pay band that's associated with those two into one. So the new pay band, the new pay band will go to a minimum of $24.97 an hour to a maximum of $31.45 an hour, including a 0.5% for rounding. Section 16 has 3 parts. The first one is to create a 4th advanced truck driver position or classification, which is specifically going to merge the tanker driver in the Local 507 contract into the new group in which we had previously done 3 new advanced truck driver positions from consolidation. This one specifically is in the Department of Public Works Division of Motor Vehicle Maintenance. It has a minimum of $28 per hour to a maximum of $30.45 an hour, also including a 0.5% for rounding. The second part is to add an airport maintenance worker for Burke. This classification is a new classification. It also amends the pay band and brings the minimum to $21.50 an hour, a maximum of $29 an hour, also including a 0.5% for rounding. Excuse me, and then subsequently, the third part is to separate the current truck driver classification into 2 separate classifications to account for differences between the Department of Public Works and the Department of Public Utilities. It also amends the respective pay bands to include a 0.5% for rounding. The pay bands for those 2 are different. So specifically, for public utilities, it's a minimum of $22.96 an hour, maximum of $27.05. And for Department of Public Works, minimum of $26.64 and a maximum of $27.31. And that's all for the second ordinance.
So before I go to this next thing were these requested by the directors of those departments? And if so, why?
No, these actually were pieces that came from the collective bargaining process. So
Okay.
as we've moved through the collective bargaining process, there's been things that we found that we've had to change related to these classifications and then the subsequent pay bands.
So these were approved through the collective bargaining process?
That's correct.
So just making sure that I ask this question, if we don't pass this, are we in violation of some kind of collective bargaining agreement that you made? Or is it something that's actually needed or not?
To the chair, it is needed because it is part of the legal collective bargaining agreements. The classifications and the associated pay bands were negotiated collectively, and this provides us a way to not only set up the positions administratively, but then pay them correctly.
Okay. Councilman Casey? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, right? Director?
Yes, sir.
Under section 16, you renumbered the classifications, but you didn't under section 8. The way this is numbered, it just looks like you eliminated a position, but you said you combined them, right? Do these classifications need to be renumbered in section 8 all the way down?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, to the director.
So for section 8?
Under section 8, number 8, you've stricken the job title and the pay, and it just says reserved. Don't know what that, right? And then under 9, you've reclassified it and given it, and did not give it additional dollars. Do we need to renumber all of these classifications like you did in section 16?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, no, I don't believe so. I think it's just being reserved for a future position.
Okay,
to
so
be-
we're
to
just
be
leaving.
slotted in.
So we're leaving number 8
Open.
open, and the reserved is just means we're going to put a different classification in there at a later time.
That's
All
correct.
right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 32-2024 stands approved. It will be heard by the entire body this evening. Next ordinance is ordinance number 33-2024 by Councilmember Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the collective bargaining agreement with the stage employees Local 27 of the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees and to amend section 47 of ordinance number 194-2021 passed March 29th, 2021, as amended, relating to salaries for various classifications. And Ms. Jimenez, if you could please acknowledge that Councilman Casey has to recuse himself from this one. Please proceed.
Thank you again, Council President. Yes, this is to ratify the collective bargaining agreement with the stage employees, Local 27. This is a successor agreement which provides for a general wage increase of 2% in each of the contract years, 22, 23, and 24. Additionally, it provides for a 16-cent per hour wage increase in lieu of a signing bonus, unlike some of the other contracts that you've seen, and a 1% equity increase. This was done in exchange for some needed operational changes. Correspondingly, Section 47 of the pay ban needs to be changed for 3 classifications. Specifically, those are the regular stagehand casual, and then stagehand for a show rate. And the show rate is a per show rate, not an hourly rate. It's a pretty standard collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. Any questions regarding ordinance number 33-2024? How many employees are in this category?
To the chair, I don't have a count, but I could certainly get that to you. It's not a large number.
I didn't think it was a large number, but if you could, it'd be good to have that amount, and it's good to always have that prepared at the table.
Absolutely.
Councilman Joseph Jones.
Mr. Chairman, you asked my question. I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 33-2024 stands approved. If you could, Director Cole, can you please make sure that you get that to Joe Titron, just so that everybody can have that information, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. These will all be considered for this evening. Go ahead, real quick, Councilman Casey.
Mr. Chairman, just, can you mark me as a recusal? I had to recuse myself on 33-20-24. Thank you.
We did that for you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I want to say something. Let me put this mic on. Human Resource Department, as you know, with the mayor, they're pushing a job fair, and I'm going to mention it on the floor of council. We need to ask the director for human resources to give us the flyers so that we can push the flyers to put people to work. As you know, work is therapeutic, and when you put people to work, you keep crime down and you keep families together. And if I'm looking at the 12th, I think is on the 12th this Friday, and we're looking at building housing and safety and all of our departments. They're going to be recruiting people, and our residents need to work there, and this is how they pay their bills and keep families together. And if one person, let me say this, if one person gets a job, the entire city benefits. But we're going to push for more than one individual to get a job, Mr. President. Let me tell you this. I walked my neighborhood this weekend to the director. So far, I have dropped off 1,700 of your flyers talking about putting people to work in this event coming up Friday. I've asked my residents to share it with other people. I'm going to get some more flyers that we're going to be planning to drop throughout the week up until Friday. Hopefully, I can get out about 2,500 or 3,000 flyers.
That's great.
And,
All right.
And Director, could you bring the flyers up? I'll share it with my colleagues, and I'll put it on the Facebook page, the whole 9 yards. You got to believe in the power of work. That's first thing first.
Through the chair to Councilman, first of all, thank you greatly for your efforts. That's commendable. Per your request, I did ask for those to be brought up. I haven't seen them yet, but I'm going to run down and grab them. So I will distribute the paper copies to you and then forward it to you electronically, too.
All right.
I appreciate it.
No, it's good for the residents, man. Put people to work. That's important. Work is therapeutic.
If you could bring some for all the council members, because there's an event I have tomorrow, and I'll be willing to put some out too. If you could.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Councilman Jones has a
Mr.
point.
Chairman.
If you could.
To the Director of HR, in the future, when you're putting this together, I'm quite sure there's going to be other events like this too. If you could let us know in advance, 30 days, or 40 days in advance, we can really do a distribution piece in our neighborhood so that citizens of the city of Cleveland can have an opportunity to get some of these jobs. I just found out about it, and the first thing I asked was, why didn't we get this? And I actually saw it down and going down to the credit union last week, and I saw it, and I took it and made copies. But it would be really nice for us to do that. We could really turn the numbers for you and get some of these spots that you have, these vacancies filled quickly.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right. As I bring up the mayor's office, just want to make sure that everyone understands again. In the last quarter of 2023, we as a council made a policy call to change the way that we are reviewing budgets, where we are doing the operational side first and having questions about the operational side of the budget first. That has been done in most departments. However, we know that there's a couple that have not been done. And then when we get to February, we're trying to focus on the financing side of it, okay? So today we have operational budget hearing and questions for the Office of the Mayor, Office of Urban Analytics and Innovation, Department of Law, and Department of Finance. And as once again, this is our opportunity to talk about the operational side, because when we get to February, we are going to deal strictly with the money in order to understand the investments that we are making on behalf of the taxpayers. So if anybody has any questions, I know we just had that conversation in caucus as well, but please understand that you now have the operational side here, because come February, you'll just have Ahmed to talk about the numbers and how the money is going into the budget book. So we have with us Chief Davey, and we also have Mr. Gentile, and I'll turn over the floor to them.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Council President, members of council, we appreciate the opportunity to present on behalf of the office of Mayor Bibb. For the purposes of oversight, I will be reviewing with you the roles and the responsibilities of the mayor's office.
Excuse me, I apologize, Chief.
Yeah.
If everybody can speak directly into the mic, I've been informed that the listening audience is having a real challenge hearing. And if you don't talk directly into the mic, we may have a challenge. So please proceed.
Thank you. For the purposes of oversight, I will review with you the roles and the responsibilities of the mayor's office, outline how we've organized the staff and office to achieve those goals, and then highlight some of our work from 2023. My goal is that by the end of today's conversation, you have a better understanding of our structure and the day-to-day operational focuses of our team and our accomplishments in 2023. To help do that, I am joined by my colleague Jim Gentile from Finance to support any maybe unique budgetary questions. He's here in place of our colleague and friend, Ahmed Abamana, who is at home on parental leave after he welcomed two beautiful, healthy twins into the world. Jod and Frida, their mom Jocelyn, is doing well. So sending love to the family, and two new residents for the city of Cleveland in Ward 3. So congratulations to you too, Councilman
Yeah,
McCormick.
it's good fatherhood.
So turning to our next slide, just spending a couple of minutes on definitionally what we think about when we think about the office of the mayor. The first is to build, prioritize, clarify, and communicate the mayor's agenda. We also provide oversight and supervision for the departments that are advancing those individual priorities. We inform and advise the mayor on critical decisions and provide feedback and information to and from other government institutions, partners, citizens on policies and initiatives that directly affect them. The purpose of the office is demonstrated through three real areas of work, what we call core staff work. These are the things that you can expect that on any given day a member of our office will be working on. Those are inclusive of coordinating international, federal, state, and local government entities, leading internal and external communications, and driving strategy and holding departments accountable for initiatives and priorities. Next slide. To be more specific about those activities, I turn your attention to the next slide, which includes really a non-exhaustive list. Non-exhaustive list of the day-to-day activities in each bucket. So our government affairs team works hard at advocating and working at the federal and state level, coordinating with our partners at Cuyahoga County. We also help lead the executive policy team at the Emergency Operations Center. Our communications team spends a lot of time working on both internal staff communications, everything from making sure our teammates know when snow might affect their start times, to external communications with press and the media. We also manage all of the city's social channels, provide information to the state of the city, and then, of course, in the unfortunate circumstances, handle and communicate during crises. We also have a number of project-specific leaders. Our strategic priority and project specialists advise on everything from the Southeast Side to transit mobility, West Side Market, which we spent a lot of time last year talking with each of you about, education, arts and culture, and also advancing special projects and policies such as broadband. To accomplish this work, we need a strong staff. Our organizational chart starts with the mayor, who sets the direction for the office. It's organized and managed by myself and is supported by a team of senior leaders, which includes 3 additional chiefs, a chief of education, communications, and government affairs, a group of senior advisors and strategists focused on specific priorities and projects, and a small but mighty team of executive assistants who make sure that the office runs on a day-to-day basis. I'd like to use the remainder of my time walking you through some key deliverables from the office over the last year, and I'd like to just start with with communications. Maybe most notable and the thing seen most regular by our residents is the launch of the City of Cleveland's new website. Of course, we're still working on this. It's a work in progress, but we're happy that it is an engaging, modern site that our residents can visit and learn from. Our communications team also does a fantastic job managing not only the mayor's social channels, but the city's social channels across 4 platforms, reaching over 250,000 residents. Our government affairs work this year has been expansive. First and foremost, establishing a labor advisory council that is really an informal body that advises the mayor on issues of interest related to the labor movement. Notable to this body and something that many of you worked on with us is the establishment of full 12 weeks of paid parental leave. As I mentioned, the chief is taking advantage of that as we speak. Processed a number of board appointments, commissions, committees, 76 appointments in total. It's also really important to note that members of our office serve in leadership across the city of Cleveland beyond City Hall. So board appointments of the mayor's office staff include, but are not limited to, RTA, NOACA, Destination Cleveland, the Greater Cleveland Sports Commission, the Arizona Alliance, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation, SOPEC, the Transformation Alliance, and iHeartRadio Media. So the scope of this office certainly extends outside of the second floor and 601 Lakeside. Our government affairs team is also hard at work helping pass SB 288, making it easier for prosecutors and the city law director to expunge low-level marijuana possession offenses such as minor misdemeanors and up to 4th-degree misdemeanors. So proud of the work of our government affairs team. Education, well, we have a new chief this year. She was hard at work, launching and exceeding our initial goal for a citywide literacy campaign with CPL and CTU. We partnered with CMSD and searched for and found a new CEO of the schools and appointed 6 board members to the board. Our senior strategists are varied, but they've spent a lot of time with you in 2023, particularly Jessica Trevisano at the West Side Market. I know you spent a lot of time with her, so I won't spend too much time here, but there are 2 things that I would encourage us to take a look at. The first is for the 2nd year in the row, the West Side Market had the highest redemption rate for produce perks, so that's free fruit and vegetables, in the state of Ohio. That's a real achievement. The state has doubled the West Side Market's allocation for the next 2 years, expanding the impact from 250 families to 500 families. So really excited to be able to help with access to food for our residents in Cleveland. And we also partnered with the Cleveland Public Library and Literacy Cleveland to distribute 10,000 free books to community members at the West Side Market. So really moving beyond its traditional capacity as being a gathering place for food, but also being a gathering place for families and their various needs. Marvin Owens, our senior strategist on the southeast side, is someone that many of you have worked with. I'd like to maybe pause for a special acknowledgement of our council leaders who have engaged in this process. That's Councilwoman Gray, Councilman Bishop, and Councilman Jones, who have been instrumental in implementing the work alongside Marvin Owens. Maybe most notable here, in addition to the $5 million for corridor funding and home repair, it's the issuance of an RFP for the JFK Gracemount site as a strategic redevelopment site. And so thank you to the council members who have been working on that with us. A lot of success to celebrate in transportation and TOD policy coming out of the mayor's office. We supported the advancement of Mayor Bibb's 15-minute city vision with the creation of transportation demand management TDM program to require multimodal enhancements in qualifying private development. We can think about this as a complement to some of the important social impact and social benefits work that has been championed out of this council. And then we also won a $1.8 million federal SMART grant to modernize traffic signals by incorporating transit prioritization and emergency vehicle preemption. So we're proud of the advocacy work that has been done in DC to land that through Cali. Rhonda Brown, our newest senior strategist, focusing on the arts and the creative economy, has been hard at work. First, planning a call for proposals to allocate the $3 million Transformative Arts Fund that we are hoping to get out the door in Q1 of 2024. I thank you particularly to Councilman Conwell for his leadership there. Also, a lot of really amazing work on the events front, coordinated and executed with internal and external stakeholders to host 5,000 attendee in-person Cleveland Forbes Under 30 Summit. It was the most well-attended Under 30 Summit from Forbes they've had to date, in real with acknowledgement to Rhonda and the other teammates in the mayor's office who helped execute that vision. We also coordinated and executed planning support for the Futureland Conference, and if anyone got an opportunity to engage with the homecoming tour of our own Rich Paul and Mayor Bibb and the community, talking about his new book, Lucky Me, as a fantastic opportunity for young people to engage with one of Cleveland's own. Finally, outside of the individual work of our staff, a couple of policy and strategic projects that we've advanced this year. Something that you know very well, again, thanks to the leadership of this team, secured affordable, high-quality broadband access for all Clevelanders, and finalized a development agreement to provide universal fiber optic infrastructure across Cleveland without using public funds. Also excited about the advancement of our 10-year strategic plan and organizational assessment to approve operations and service delivery. We've engaged over 1,300 employees. And so this is, a very detailed and engaging assignment that has allowed us to reach deeper into our organization and understand all of the operational pain points from various perspectives. And also just really proud of the culture that we're helping build at every level. We recognize 37 staff members representing 6 departments in an inaugural Mayor's City Innovator Award, which really asks our directors to identify staff members who are engaging in innovative practices that serve residents, to make sure that we acknowledge them for their brilliance and their ability to get work out more efficiently on behalf of all of us here at City Hall. With that, I will take a step back. I am eager to stay engaged, answer any questions, and of course, listen to any feedback that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just a couple of questions before I turn it over to my colleagues. One is, I'll jump right into it, the Mayor's Action Center. And I know that you guys have moved away from that. What is the investment commitment in order to handle citizen complaints, or have you moved all of that to 311?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Council President. At the start of Mayor Bibb's tenure, we moved away from utilizing the Mayor's Action Center with the understanding that 311 would be the singular front door for municipal requests from citizens. And so we have really moved our attention to focusing on 311. 311 now is a 24-hour citizen support line, 365 days a year. 24-hour access to 311 was launched in April of 23 with a partnership from the United Way of Greater Cleveland. They support 311 outside of the normal business hours, which are currently 7:30 to 5:30. So that allows for utilization on holidays and during surge periods, which I know many of you experience additional call volumes for as well. So, in addition to 311, residents are able to call the mayor's office directly during regular business hours and speak with one of our receptionists. But really, as we think about a ticket managing system and a way to make sure that we can track this information as it comes in, 311 will be the new front door. And I'm excited for our colleague who you are engaging with next, Director Crow from Urban Analytics, who can answer any specific questions related to 311 and its future state.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing from Director Crow, but I will tell you, I'm not sure about my colleagues. I know I've heard from some, but not all, that our calls have increased. And part of the reason I think that our calls have increased is because there's a lot of people that really don't use technology and might just want to call. So I'm really trying to understand, is there anybody in the mayor's office that's dedicated to intake any calls, or is all of that outsourced to the 311 process?
Yeah, Council President, we have four receptionists at any given day ready to answer
So they
calls.
handle those?
And so they handle those intakes. They direct them to the departments as necessary. At times, we are redirecting folks back to 311 in cases that we want to get a tracking system or a ticket number created. But yes, the mayor's office phone number works. It's operational, and we are handling those calls.
So there's 4 receptionists that you
Right.
have. So when they call the 664-2200 or 664-2000 or whichever department they reach, then you guys redirect it to 311, or how does that go?
Phone calls that are reached by our receptionists are answered and handled as they come in. In cases that need extra attention at the department level, are likely reverted to 311 so we can get a ticket going. But again, the mayor's office line is open and we receive calls regularly.
Okay. All right. Labor Advisory Board. Help me understand. There's been a lot of labor issues that we've worked with, and I'm not sure if anybody from the Labor Advisory Board has been a part of those conversations. Give me an example of how they actually work with labor, and have they been a part of things like our community benefits agreement or whatever?
Yeah, this is Council President, this is a small and informal team of leaders that are focused on labor issues that help advise the mayor on a number of happenings. It's important that that is distinct from the kind of labor negotiations that happen at a budgetary table with our HR and civil service teams and our law teams. And so, those are always going to be handled by a case-by-case basis with the appropriate professionals. This is a group of people who help us understand the work on the ground as it evolves. I'm happy to get you a list of those individuals and how they have been engaged with us to date. That is run by Chief Puente, our head of government affairs.
Okay. You said you engaged over 1,300 employees through a survey and focus groups and interviews and office hours. Who is the keeper of that record? And at some point in time, it would be great for you to come before council and present that.
Council President, we would be happy to. Abby Paskey, our senior advisor on major projects, is focused on implementing the strategic plan that we've been working on. Those 1,300 residents have been engaged in a number of ways, whether that's written surveys or face-to-face through qualitative and quantitative surveys.
Employees.
Employees. And we will be releasing that the end of Q1. We would be eager to find some time at a caucus meeting, if you thought it was appropriate, to present both that feedback and the early findings from the strategic plan.
So I think Ms. Paskey has already scheduled something to come and present the update around EY.
Fantastic.
This is all associated with the EY strategy.
That's correct.
Okay. How many people are in the mayor's office right now?
Currently 18 employees.
And I don't have my past budget book, but I wish it would be interesting to know that how does that compare to before?
Yeah, to the council president, their head count was budgeted at 21 for 2023.
21, but they only had 18, so it's 3 positions that were left unfilled.
To the council chair, council president, yes.
Where are those at? That weren't filled, do we know?
There's 2 essays to the mayor and 1 EA to the mayor.
Okay. All right. is the amount of money that they have paid, are they comparable towards the first 2 years that we've done, or is there looking at any increase? I mean, I know that we don't have the budget in front of us yet, but that'd be helpful to know.
Through the council chair, to the council chair, yes, it's comparable. Their spend rate last year was under the budgeted amount. We don't anticipate an increase, so it will be pretty much flat line, just like last year's budget.
Okay. Last question, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. A lot of these projects, like Complete and Green Streets, and some of these other projects seem to have cross-section that they are handled by departments and, of course, with guidance from the mayor's office. So I'm just wondering, projects like Complete and Green Streets, I know that Councilman McCormick has a very good, very keen interest in that. Who's on first with that? Are we working with somebody in the mayor's office, or are we working with the directors?
Council President, your point really illustrates why we think our senior advisors and our senior strategists are such an important role in the mayor's office. These are individuals with cross-departmental functionality, folks that need to work with multiple departments to accomplish their goals, and who also work very closely with the mayor's office. And so, for example, the Complete and Green Streets, we have Callie Mersman, who is our senior strategist on transportation in the mayor's office. She helps inform our perspective, advise the mayor on critical decisions, and also works through the individual departments to make sure that there aren't any roadblocks in advancing that information. So if it's, legislative specific that is going to be advanced out of an individual department, the director is a great place to start. But Callie or any of our senior advisors who are focused on a particular issue have a very broad purview and can probably offer a more strategic and broad understanding of any particular policy. So we can always start in the mayor's office, and part of our responsibility is to ensure that we get your questions directed to the right person, and that we identify the right subject matter expert to be responsive to your request.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I just wanted to comment briefly on the senior strategists. I think this is a really important role within the administration, specifically because there are some big initiatives in the city that I think is really important for two things. One, that there's an individual that wakes up every morning, goes to bed every day thinking about it. But number two, that person is directly accessible to the mayor to ensure that those issues remain a priority for the city of Cleveland. So I just wanted to comment on that, and I'll illustrate. I know my colleagues work more closely with, for example, the Southeast Side special assistant, but the work that we were able to do at the West Side Market would not have been possible without Jessica Trevisano. Her leadership, her dogged work ethic, the whole 9 yards. So we wouldn't be where we are today without that role and without that individual in that role to kind of ensure that work continued through the system. So I guess my question on that note to the chief, do we see in a 2-year forecast, will any of those roles change? Are there additional roles that might fit into that category? Obviously, ensuring that we have support at the city for the market is critical, but we're also moving in towards empowering the corporation and that. So what do you see on those critical roles? Do you see change? Do you see additions? What do you see on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair to the councilman, the decision to add senior strategists and senior advisors was a strategic management one, that we wanted to ensure that there was connective tissue across all the departments. And like you said, not a single person can know everything. And so decking subject matter experts who can go deeper into these issues has been important, and I think has really proven successful as a model for mayor's office operations. The council president alluded to 2 vacancies, and I identified those as special assistants to the mayor. Those are the roles that are traditionally filled by senior strategists or senior advisors. And so we want to keep those flexible. We want to keep those dry so that as priorities change, as issues come up, we can staff up and deck those against their appropriate projects. You do note that some of these projects, if successful, right? Jessica was incredibly successful in her work at the West Side Market, and so that role needs to shift and evolve as as that work comes off of the city's books and moves on to the nonprofits. And so we'll want to move Jessica into a broader senior advisor role that focuses on landing other major initiatives like core to shore to core, for instance. And so, our hope is that we continue to sunset initiatives. That's what we should be hoping for, playing ourselves out of some of those some of those roles, and then transitioning those based on the needs of both this council, the administration, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Cleveland.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And again, I'll just reflect on the success of the work around the market and how these, whatever other issues that are identified, these key folks can really quarterback in the mayor's office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Santana, Councilman Polensek, Councilman Jones.
Thank you.
Where's Conwell?
Okay, good.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Good morning, well, good afternoon now, and Happy New Year's to everyone. Quick question, just along the lines, I got two questions about the communication and 311. 311, I came across an article through Signal, and it just highlighted the high numbers of Spanish calls. And through the chair, Chief, maybe you could answer this. Are we thinking about hiring more bilingual workers to handle these 311 calls? Do we have bilingual workers at every shift to address these calls?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, incredibly important point. Bilingual is something that we are hoping to address in a number of ways, not just 311, including our website and broader communications. If you entered the building recently, you'll notice the wayfinding signs are inclusive of some of that, and we want to continue that path on 311. To answer the question specifically as it relates to hiring directives, I am going to defer that to my teammate, either Director Crow or our partners in ITS, who will have a more intimate understanding of hiring in that space, but please know from the mayor's office, the commitment and the objective is to make 311 the most accessible place for constituent concerns and requests. And so we're going to do everything we can to be as inclusive as possible and as helpful as possible to our residents.
Mr. Gentile.
Yeah, and to the chair, it is a preferred, like on the job description, so you have all the basics and preferred multilingual. So they do look, IT does look for multilingual, but I'll let, Kim Wilson will be here later on this afternoon for finance, and Director Crow will be up. They can probably answer a little bit deeper, but that is a preference on our job postings.
Okay, good. And then my second question, as far as communication and website, I do see that you updated the website a bit, but when you go to the Spanish website, the intro is in Spanish, but when you go to the applications, everything is English. I'm curious to know if there's a budget or what's the status and the plan to translate all these applications?
Through the chair, I do not have a timeline for broader adoption. I will make sure that our Chief of Communications, Sarah Johnson, gets you that answer before the close of business today on our goals.
Okay. And then start of the new year, may be good to, I never see the press releases in Spanish or any other languages, especially those very important ones. We know that we had a problem through COVID when a lot of announcements were being released, nothing was in other languages. So through the chair, as we're talking about a budget for translation, this might be a really good time to talk about what does that budget look like to ensure that everything's translated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. And Mr. Titron, can you make sure that we get a follow-up with the Council Lady's points, okay? Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the Mayor's Chief of Staff. Good to see you at the table here. Mr. I want to call Mr. Gentile. Which exact title again? I can't recall. Chief Cook and Bottle Washer, probably, right?
Yeah, City Controller.
Okay. On the what does the mayor's office do page, from the present administration to the previous administration, what sections or areas would be different or new? If you can touch on that.
Through the chair to the council member, just to clarify, on what does the office of the mayor do, what would be different from this administration, from the last?
Yes, like under strategic priorities and projects, what would be new or additional?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilman, I assume that I can't speak for the previous administration and what their roles and responsibilities were and how they internalized those. I imagine most of the government affairs work is similar.
Okay.
The communications work, of course, is similar, and the priorities may be different. I'm not sure that the previous administration had senior advisors on, say, the Southeast Side or transit and mobility. I do
Okay.
know that they had an individual in the mayor's office focused on arts and culture.
Okay.
Of course, they did not have the American Rescue Plan to grapple with, and so that is likely new and additional. And then, of course, just like the policy work of the day, marijuana, broadband, those things are timely.
Okay, thank you. On your, who's in the mayor's office, is there a way you can provide to us, and I appreciate this chart, can you provide to us associated name with the various positions? I wouldn't ask you to do that now, but if you could provide that to us so we could see a name associated with those various positions.
Through the chair to the councilperson, I will have it to you by the end of the day today.
Thank you very
On the
much.
point, Mr. Chairman.
On strictly that point, Councilman.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you also, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, real quick, Councilman.
I'm fine.
Would you allow?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague. Could you also, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Davies, if you could also add on there their phone numbers?
And emails, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you've briefly touched on it. It seems like we're all getting more phone calls. I know I can attest to that. And I think I have to continue to emphasize the fact that about a third of our population does not use laptops, computers, or cell phones. They pick up the phone. Or I still get handwritten letters, believe it or not, that they take to an office or somewhere in my neighborhood and they fax them to me because they're trying to save on postage, which I can understand. So it's important to me, I'm old school, I believe that someone has to answer the phone. So on the 311, how many people do we have working at 311, taking phone calls?
Through the chair to the councilperson, I think we have 5 right now. We have 2 vacancies, I believe, but Director Crow could probably give you, or
Because I think, Mr. Chairman, and please correct me, and I guess you can provide us that detail, or when we go into the budget. I think we had 8 at one time answering phone calls there in 311. And I want to just emphasize to whoever, I think that's so important, especially with our elderly folks. You've got to listen to what they have to say. You got to hear what they're saying, and then you've got to respond to it as best as you can. I find that I get calls, quite frankly, I'll be very frank, I get calls, there's really nothing I can do, but they want to have someone they can talk to.
to the chair, the councilperson, let me get you the exact number of what we have budgeted and what we actually have on staff and how many vacancies we have. I could get that
Because
for you.
I just want to drill down. I think that's so important in today's world. I have a lady that calls me every day. I kid you not, on Christmas Day, she called me 7 times. I've come to the realization she just wants somebody to talk to. She's by herself. And so in 311, I'm hoping that's not the case. But I want to make sure that there's someone there during working hours to answer those phone calls, to take it from those citizens who have legitimate concerns and complaints, and is then referred to whatever. And so based on that, the follow-up. So if I call 311 and about a pothole in the street, and they give me a number, correct?
The council, for the chair, the councilperson, yes. there's a number.
Okay. So what happens after that point? So whoever can answer that.
Through the chair to the councilman, I want to be as responsive to your question as possible.
Right.
I also, want to be clear that 311 is currently in the Department of ITS, and so
Okay.
outside of the mayor's office.
Okay.
To answer your question, I would say
Okay.
2 things. First and foremost, we intend to have an aggressive outreach and promotion strategy of the relaunch of 311. So even though we're receiving a lot of calls and increased calls now, we expect to have an even more increase in those calls, and we welcome that opportunity. We too have a number of residents that like to spend some time talking to our friends in the mayor's office. We want to make sure that we get all of them the information that they need as quickly as possible. And so as we expect this increase with the marketing campaign that will ensue on the relaunch, we know that we will need to staff up and organize appropriately. Currently, you're correct, Councilman, each one receives a ticket. Those calls are then directed to the individual department responsible to solve that issue, and then we begin to administer whatever follow-up is required. For instance, if someone called, I called myself for a new garbage can. I got a ticket number. A few weeks later, a garbage can arrived at my house. I called and called back, let them know, and of course the ticket was marked as complete. So we can expect that's the way in which it moves through the system. Of course, we want to do that with more efficiency. Of course, we want to answer the calls more clearly for those residents that do have access to tablets, mobile, or the internet. We want to make sure that they can visibly see where their ticket is. And for each of you, we know that you want to follow up and hold us accountable for getting those things out. And so we want you to have visibility into those notes as well. So our commitment is to make sure that the launch of 311 is robust and inclusive.
And I'm very glad to hear that. And I'm because that's what those are things that that I believe are important for the delivery of city services and quality of life issues in our neighborhoods. So I'm certainly glad, and I commend you folks for attempting to get that straight. My last question is under education. You've indicated the mayor appointed new school board members. Now we have a new person in charge of education with the city, and that is Michelle Pomerantz, Chief of Education. I would like to understand, if you can, how often does the Board of Education members, do they interact with the mayor at all on any regular basis? What's the protocol there?
Through the chair to the council person, there is a leadership meeting, so board leadership with the executive, the mayor, and our chief that happens on a regular basis. I think it's monthly or bi-weekly. And so they regularly interact and talk about the most important issues of the day. Of course, our chief is empowered to communicate with school board leadership and the executive as necessary. And of course, the new CEO and the mayor have a strong and growing relationship.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Councilman Hairston and I had the opportunity to meet last week with basically the leadership of CMSD, except for the CEO, and expressed concerns and issues that we had in the northeast side of the city, in the Glenville and Collinwood neighborhoods. And I just want to make sure that, and I know that under the leadership of Councilwoman Santana, there will be more interaction with the new CEO, which is, I think it's going to be very good. But obviously, there's a strong correlation between the problems that we're experiencing in our neighborhoods and education, especially violence. And poverty and despair. And so I can't stress enough the importance of school board members that get it, that understand the challenges that we have within the system, and also the fact that you're telling us that they're interacting on a regular basis with the mayor. I think that's very important, and only time will tell how that works out. But there's got to be a much better working relationship with CMSD based on the problems and the issues that I'm dealing with every day in my community and on the northeast side. So I'm glad to hear that. And my last comment, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the mayor's chief of staff for, I appealed to him on a personal issue that I was having in my ward, and I appreciate the response back from him, and I already started to see some action. The only thing I would say this at the table, a council person should not have to reach out to you to get help. That is something that needs to be corrected. And I appreciate what you did, because I was frustrated. And I received a call from the property owner already, but I said to myself, what was inherently missing over as long as I've been complaining that it took a direct correspondence to you, that you finally got some people off their butt. And I just got to say, I'm old school. I want to say thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Palensi. Councilman Joe Jones, Councilman Casey, Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to thank the chief for putting together this presentation, giving us an opportunity to see some of the accomplishments of various different individuals in the various different departments. And wanted to ask you the question about federal and state funding. This has been a discussion that has been brought to my attention by some of the folk downstate, and the talk about our participation and how we're participating in the state and getting funds from the state of Ohio, and put the rest, whatever it is that the administration is doing to bring funding into the city from the state. Can you elaborate and talk a little bit about that?
Sure. To the councilperson through the chair, really proud of our state and federal advocacy. In the document that you received, listed a number of federal grants that we've received, I think, that are illustrative of our success, particularly related to TOD policy, infrastructure policy, and sustainability. So really proud of that work. Our lobbying effort is headed by Chief Puente, our head of government affairs, and our deputy chief of staff. He is supported by Mike Culp, someone that many of you have spent a lot of time with.
Who is that again?
Mike Culp, which is our head lobbyist for the administration. Someone who is adept at connecting with state legislators. A majority of our advocacy has been focused on, at a federal level, focused on infrastructure, something that we feel really strongly about. A number of the mayor's visits to D.C. have been with Secretary Buttigieg and TOD about how our America's North Coast can benefit from critical infrastructure funding. Of course, what has been a hot topic across the state is the strategic funding that's happening at the state level. Of course, that is still being played out, but we have been involved every step in the way, making clear that our priority is to ensure a thriving core to shore to core, and that we get everything that our city is really owed and deserves for infrastructure funding. I will be happy to set you up some time with Chief Puente if you want to talk about any individual priority that we're advocating for at the state or federal level.
Yeah, I would love that. Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Davies, I'd love to have that opportunity to talk to him, as well as the governmental representative for City Hall, and to talk about, what the listing of accomplishments has been in terms of funds or grants received by the state of Ohio. As well as, when that question is poised to me again, what has the city done to get resources from the state? I'll have a listing there. I can articulate that subject matter. I don't have that information. So I'd love to have that on that, and then also to see what federal grants that we're possibly looking at right now, as well as what we have already accomplished. And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, to Chief Davies, one of the things that, drive me in my neighborhood in terms of priorities and things that need to get done is some of the top situations that the constituents complain about most of all. One of those issues has been consistent, and the previous administration had done a survey on the top listing of things that the citizens of the city of Cleveland want to see happen. Number one, number two, and number three almost was all safety-related situations. Right now, Mr. Chairman, to Chief Davies, we're being absolutely run over on our streets. We have no traffic enforcement going on in our neighborhoods and our communities. And just over the weekend, we've had accidents at the corner of East 142nd Street. We've had accidents at Burger King. We've had people running into the used car lot on Lee Road. And it could just go on and on and on. We need help with traffic enforcement. Can you give us an update where we are in terms of what we can do to make our city safer?
Hold up, before we go there, this is the mayor's office, and we're talking about the mayor's office of operations. I know that this is something very important to you, Councilman, but Chief, I'd want to make sure that, I don't know what you were about to say, but this is more appropriate for the operational side for the public safety director and the chief. And but I don't know what comments you have, but I do want to keep our comments directed towards the mayor's office.
Through the chair to the councilperson, the council president said it better than I could. The safety committee, I believe, is meeting on Wednesday, and Mr. Howard and Mr. Drummond will be prepared to communicate that, as well as some important numbers. I did have a chance to listen in to caucus, but only briefly. I understand that there are a number of qualitative and quantitative requests, particularly from Councilman Polensik, and we will be sure to answer those on Wednesday.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand, the president, what he has had to say, but as a suggestion to the administration, this is a priority. It is about how we retain our existing population, how we bring new population in. It is critical for everything that needs to work in the city of Cleveland. If our citizens don't feel safe, they're going to move. We've seen this exodus. And right now, to no fault of this administration, you've inherited what you have, and you're doing everything you can to, if it's God's will, to try to improve these conditions. But right now, we need to make it, Mr. Chairman, my humble suggestion, a major priority of the administration to fundamentally deal with these issues, because they're not only having an impact on me, but they're having an impact on all of the folks that surround here on this table, and I'm getting those calls. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Davies, that we make this a priority, and I know it's a priority, but really start to tightening down on this issue as relates to safety. And Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for being here. On the office of the mayor, you've got a plethora of things down here that you guys have accomplished, but I just want to focus on one. Under strategy, policy, and projects, you secured affordable, high-quality broadband access for all Clevelanders. Can you tell me how the mayor's office did that?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilman, well, we spent a lot of time with you, Councilman. Austin Davis, who I think is here with us today, is the mayor's point on this. And so he spent a lot of time both with internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, reviewing the RFP, first getting a list of interested parties, reviewing potential solutions that were in front of us, working with our staff and with members of council to clarify and put fine points around how that can be administered, and then, of course, with members of council, pass important piece of legislation enabling what we hope is going to be a very successful program.
And Mr. Chairman, to the chief, I believe that it will be, hopefully. But the reason I asked that is because I knew how it came about, right? And you had mentioned something in your statement just now that doesn't get mentioned enough through the office of the mayor. And one thing that I would really like to see come from the office of the mayor is more of a collaboration with the council, right? A lot of stuff that comes out of the mayor's office can't get done without Cleveland City Council, and Cleveland City Council can't do a lot without the mayor. However, the mayor is very good at PR. Excellent, probably one of the better people that I've ever seen at that. But sometimes it'd be nice to have the mayor give credit where a lot of credit is due, right? And a lot of stuff gets done behind the scenes, late at night. I couldn't tell you how many conversations I had with Austin Davis at midnight going over the whole broadband thing. And I would really like to see that when things get done collaboratively, we don't do PR, right? We just do hard work, right? Every once in a while we do that, but you guys are masters of it. But when you guys appear to take credit for something that a lot of hard work went on with this council, I believe that the office of the mayor should and I'm trying to say this the right way, right, should give credit where a lot of the work gets done, too. The mayor is the mayor, and he has a big job, right? But it's not the mayor that brought broadband to the city of Cleveland, right? Even though we needed to get it out there, it needs to be said that it was a collaboration amongst a lot of individuals, right? And I know that there's a press conference tomorrow regarding this, and I really hope in comments that, you know, with this one specific, we passed dollars long before Mayor Bibb was even elected for this, right? And it was a pleasure working to get this done for something for all Clevelanders. But one thing that I would really, and I'm just talking about this one specific because I was involved with it and I know the ins and outs of it. But it wasn't one entity that gets things done in the city in general as a whole, right? It's not the mayor can't get anything done without the council can't move anything without the mayor. So I would really like to see a better collaboration coming out of the mayor's office when it comes to, I don't want to say taking credit because I'm not a beat my chest type of person, but when we have to put out there things that are getting done in the city, it's not just one entity doing it. You know, it's a collaboration between both forms of government out of City Hall, even though we have 3 forms of government. The 2 that are working collaboratively in this hall should let people know that where the work is getting done. So for this one, for example, you know, there was hours and hours and hours and negotiating, going back and forth, and I think it turned out great for everybody. But we don't want to just see one entity take the credit for it. And I think that the mayor's office and council need to somehow start working more collaboratively to let people know that it's just not one form doing this, that it's a collaboration between both sides of the hallway.
Thank you.
Chief.
Through the chair to the councilman, rarely in this world do we accomplish anything in a vacuum and alone. And so acknowledged, understood. You know, a point of personal privilege, one of the greatest parts of my job and the sort of seat and the purview I have is getting to see the absolute sacrifice and dedication of all of our employees. And you're right, too often, you know, too few folks get credit for what is the Herculean lift of administering government on behalf of people. And so it is an incredible honor and a privilege to be able to see the way in which individuals come together to solve collective problems. And I think the city of Cleveland, all of its elected official, all of its staff should be commended in more ways than they are for how hard they work at solving those problems on behalf of people. As it relates to council and administration, particularly mayor's office relations, as it relates to communicating about these issues, today is, you know, the first hearing of 2024, which means, you know, it is always, you know, today is a good day to reset those relationships, recommit and double down about what it'll mean to work together collaboratively to solve big problems. Because what we know is the residents are much more interested in getting their garbage picked up on time, their leaves collected, maybe playing a round of golf. I saw some comments about Highland earlier, than they are about squabbles between branches of government. And so my commitment in my capacity is to continue to do everything I can to enable smooth relationships and administration of solutions. And so I'm committed, and your point is well taken. So thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, to the chief, and one more point, and I think I'm going to talk to both sides of the table here. You guys have been here now for 2 years, right? And there's a term that keeps being used, and it's previous administration.
They gone.
Right? What's that?
They gone.
Exactly, right? So we all know politics, right? And we all know that pitting individuals or entities against each other is politics, right? But you guys are your own entity, right? The Bibb administration is the Bibb administration. The Jackson administration was the Jackson administration. Let's stop comparing the two, and let's just start over and move forward, right? The Bibb administration does something that the Jackson administration didn't do. okay, let's just say the business administration and stop this previous administration on both sides, right? I mean, it's this council and it's this administration. So how do we work forward to keep going 2024 forward and not worry about what's happened in the last 20 years? We learn from those and we move forward, right? But we don't have to keep reliving everything with the term previous administration or comparing so that, you know, my shoes are bigger than your shoes type of thing. So that's just my advice. You know, I've said it here at the table, but, you know, maybe I should have, maybe I shouldn't have, but I hope we can all just move forward and stop comparing everything to everything else. All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. And as you said, I think that applies to both sides. I mean, I don't even try to compare us to past councils. We're our own identity. So that goes to both sides. All right. Thanks, Councilman KZ. Now we have Councilman Richard Starr.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I don't think I was alive when some of these other administrations was here, so I don't compare the two. I don't know what I got to do some more reading to understand what these administration was. But no, in all, just understanding from the education component through the chair, I'm just trying to get an understanding what the budget looked like for CMSD. Last November at the State of the School address, as I paraphrase and summarize, what I took from Dr. Morgan was the fact that CMSD is broke. And my questions and my thoughts is trying to get understanding. One, from the research that I found, there's a $1.5 billion budget in CMSD. And with the $1.5 billion budget, one, how are our teachers not paid more, which is one. Two, how do we have a better strategy on dealing with ELA with our younger kids? The numbers and the data is showing that a lot of our kids are not up to grade level. And, you know, what can we do from the administration standpoint for the execution? And also, can you speak to clarify what the role that the chief of education has in this? Because there's some different confusion, whether the chief of education have oversight with over Dr. Morgan or not, or do they work, or does the chief of education work in a partnership to make sure they have oversight of what the mayor needs to know, what CMSD is doing? So, because obviously the mayor can't be all there by himself with the big role that the mayor does have. So my questions through the chair would definitely be, what is the role that the chief of education play within CMSD? But then also, can you bring back to Lou, why is it showing that we are broke in CMSD when we have a $1.5 billion budget and then received $465 million of ARPA funding? You know, I just don't understand where we are at as a city when it deals with education. And to piggyback off the dean, there is a direct correlation. When you look at this violence in the city, it is a reflection of people not having the skill set or the education to support the careers or the job opportunities that are available. What I mean by that is, if you look at the test scores, we have an 80% graduation rate, but then when you look at the 3rd and 4th grade test scores, a lot of our kids are not reading at grade level. They're not writing. They're not up to speed. So therefore, when you fast forward 5 to 8 years later, when they are now able to either graduate and get out, it's hard. And what I mean by that is, I'm a big stickler of education, CMSD proud graduate, but I understand some people that I've mentored and youth that I've had built relationships. I've seen them walk the stage after they invited me, but I just had them in my office trying to read articles about sports, and they showing me that they can't read on the level that they need to be reading at. So those type of things hurt. So when Councilman Anthony Hairston is hosting these job fairs and Polenzek and all of us hosting them, we trying to get these people into these roles, and then you find out that they can't do the job because they just don't have it. But in their back pocket, they're qualified because they got that diploma. And it's a messed up cycle. So therefore, now a person is doing what they need to do to make ends meet, and that oftentimes becomes a negative thing, such as being in the streets. And that's when the crime spike up, because there are rules in the street. If you're a street guy, you've been a street guy, there's certain things you just don't do. Certain shootings you don't do. Certain way to go about it. So my question is, through the chair, is the $1.5 billion budget, the ARPA money that they receive, how are we broke if we have all this money funneling through? And then also with the role of Chief of Education through the chair.
Chief David?
Through the chair to Councilman Starr. So the three big questions: the current state of the CMSD budget, the role of the Chief of Education and how she engages with CMSD, and a current analysis of the American Rescue Plan dollars specifically allocated to CMSD. I'll take those one at a time, and I'm going to lean on my colleague from Finance a little bit to help talk through how we engage on the budgetary side. I want to be really specific and careful, not coy, but careful here, to not speak on behalf of the new CEO of the schools. And they have a new chief of staff and a finance director of their own. And so I don't want to speak about the current state of that budget. What I will ask Jim to spend a minute on is to talk a little bit about how we have engaged with CMSD on their current budget realities and the way in which we may advise in the future.
Sure. Through the chair of the council person, yeah, I would not categorize the Cleveland schools as broke. I mean, they're going to have some budget challenges going forward, as the doctor mentioned. They have a whole separate budget from the city, so we do not fund them. They did get a separate ARPA allotment, so they're completely separate from the city when it comes to budgetary dollars. So they pass their own budget. They do all that individually. The mayor's at the top and oversight, just like he's over the city, he's over the schools. But they had, just like the city does their budget, the school does, they're completely independent. Chief Abunama, me, and some other people in finance are working together with the school district to look at their budget, their challenges, and trying to help them through this, because there's a lot of new people at the school board. So we're going to be engaging them, trying to help them through the budget process and help the new CEO, the CFO, and the rest of the folks that are pretty new at the school board. So we will be working with them to look at their budget, try to help them through that. But they do have some budgetary challenges, as the doctor mentioned, but we're going to work with them to try to work through that.
Thank you. And that's very important because, like I said, the schools, like, may I ask to the chair, Chief, what high school you went to, or school district?
I went to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Yep.
Northeast Ohio. So you understand what a good education does for you. Brooklyn has a good system.
John Hay.
Right?
I know what education does for an individual.
Continue. Yep. And so my thing is, we have to address education. And another point that I'm definitely going to turn to Chairwoman Santana to let her know that I do have some questions about the athletics and CMSD. So when we get a chance to take a deep dive, I really want to be able to dive deep in there. I know we allocate some money from the city, about $1 million to sports. And then the varsity sports system is the way it's designed. It's not helping our kids. A lot of people are becoming coaches in the varsity level just to be able to get additional funding or to help their salary. And I think there's other ways that they can make sure those teachers get the salary so we can find the right coaches to always help in our sports division for athletics. So when we get a chance, I'll definitely take a deep dive with you on that, Councilwoman. But other than that, I think we really got to address education, public education in a real manner. And I would just open it to the table just to get clarification. Why did schools become under the mayor's leadership? From my reading and research and thoughts, it makes me seem that if the school district is failing, they put it under the mayor responsibility. Now, we've had this system in place for a while, and our school district is still receiving an F, receiving a 1, and there's so many different variables, but we ain't creating no solutions through leadership. And that's just something I just want to get clarification. Is the school district under the mayor's oversight because it's a failing school district? And why it's not the same like somewhere else that's probably doing great? Or my question would be, like, is Beechwood School District underneath the mayor?
It's a long history, Councilman, but back in, I believe, the late 1990s, former Mayor Mike White lobbied the state to make Cleveland a mayoral-controlled school. Part of the reason is because they felt that it was a dysfunctional board, and they felt that if a mayor can come in place and appoint the board members that will still have independent oversight, that it would be more of a seamless type of oversight strategy. I, for one, was not actively involved with trying to promote that. I actually felt we should have stayed with a school board. However, at the time, the board was not functioning at a high level at all. I mean, it was to the point where it was in a really tough position. And that's when the former mayor went down to the state to lobby for that.
Yep, and to your point, thank you, Council President, for that history. I love that. You know how I am very big on history and understanding things, because you got to know what we went through to see why we get here. So currently, if we've been doing that for 25 years, I think it's time to revisit it, because appointing people to the board and we're not getting results in our schools, these kids are getting passed along. That's something that we need to possibly caucus about and talk about the politics to get something real in place, because education is very important. And you talking to a guy, myself, you know, coming from the projects of Cleveland to having a master's degree from Baldwin Wallace, I understand. And I knew the challenges I faced when I was in second grade and I was struggling with reading, but I found a second grade teacher who eventually became my third grade teacher, who stayed on me and made me read, made me learn, and made me continue to do the things that I have to do and be a proud graduate of CMSD. But I know the work that I had to put in to get there was a whole community and not just one individual. So that's all I have, Council President, and the chair, I yield.
All right, thank you. But Councilman, I would caution you to make sure that you talk with Councilwoman Santana. It's very precarious position. We don't oversee the schools, but here's where you make some very good points that we need to look at. When we're looking at these economic development deals, we know that we usually hold the schools harmless, but we do need to make sure that we understand if at all, when we do these economic development deals, like we're about to do this TIF district and other things, to make sure that we don't harm the schools at all. But Mr. Gentile, did you have any final comments so that we can move to this next
to the chair, to the council member? I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 90% sure that there was an election held when Mayor White went to Columbus. So I think it was a vote of the people. So I think to undo that, there would have to be another vote. And I just wanted to announce, you know, I am a Cleveland Public School graduate, so they're near and dear to my heart, from John Hay. So I care a lot about the Cleveland schools. So.
Don't you start that. It's Carroll County now.
Thanks, Mr. Gentile, for the background. All right, seeing no other questions for the, Councilman Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just really quick, I know the mayor's office provided this org chart here. Can they provide us every name that fits into these boxes here? Can they send us back with names for each box that they provided in the org chart? And if there is multiples in these different boxes, if they can include that as well. So for example, if executive assistant, mayor's schedule, if there's more than one person, include whoever those individuals are.
Through the chair, the councilperson, by the end of the day today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, the mayor's office of the mayor will see us in February. Once again, if we have operational questions, we want to try to discuss operational questions before the budgetary, because once we come together in February, we want to stay focused on the dollar amount located to this. I do want to make sure that we flag one thing. I want to understand your budget, your budgeted for travel, as well as to make sure that we understand if there's any increase or what is it for, okay? Yes, Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I did just want to echo Councilman Polensek in thanking the chief. Your job is probably one of the most thankless in this building. So I just want to recognize you for your public service.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. All right, we'll go to the next department, which is Mayor's Office of Urban Analytics and Innovation, Ms. Crow. And I want to say in advance, if we could, somebody please go get Councilman Conwell. All right? Ms. Crowe, if you could, and I want to make sure that we're cautious of time, if you could kind of go through your presentation as expeditiously as possible.
Short
Okay.
and sweet, you got it.
Please proceed. Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. For those who are watching, my name is Liz Crowe. I am the Director of Urban Analytics and Innovation here at the city, and I'm here to update you on where we are as a department. So the mission of Urban AI is to assess and improve program and service delivery through the incorporation of modern analytic and data best practices while ensuring both high levels of accountability and quality deliverables. This really breaks down into 3 core functions: data analytics, data management, and process and innovation. And you'll see this reflected as I talk about the work of our department both in 2023 and in going forward into 2024. Just as a reminder for this council, Urban AI was founded by this council in 2022. The previous iteration of this department was called Quality Control and Performance Management, or QCPM. All right, so we have 14 budgeted positions on staff in Urban AI. You'll see the titles, and then the little numbers next to each of those titles represent how many employees are in that role. Right now, we have 1 open position in our performance assessment specialist, and then we also have 1 open part-time role in our data interns. We've got 1 intern on staff, and then we have 1 open internship role. But you'll see we're organized really into 2 camps. One is specifically around data, which includes our data analysts, our spatial data analysts, our data engineers. And then the other side of the house is an innovation and process improvement side of the house with performance assessment specialist, a graphic designer, and our quality control inspectors. In 2023, I just want to highlight some of the work we did. The theme of 2023 was really to baseline, assess, and figure out where we're going. So this included establishing a brand for Urban AI and defining the role. I know almost every week at this table, some department mentions that they're working with us. We are working across the entire city. We've aligned on a plan for 311, and we've begun implementation of that work. Specifically, how are we going to launch 311? We've baselined the role of Urban AI against industry best practices. So we've taken a look at, oh my goodness, I must say 24 other cities. I could tell you stories. What has worked in those cities? What has not? What should our work be? We've looked at the initial analytic and data needs of the city. So where are we as a city in terms of data? And we've had citywide conversations about data and education about data, process, and innovation. We've identified data sources and data sets across the city. What do we have? Where is it? In what current state? We've aligned on a plan for a data warehouse and started the implementation of that. We've understood the current city data staffing and capacity, and we've staffed the Urban AI team. Also of note, in December of 2023, Mayor Bibb signed an executive order for an open data policy and establishing a data governance board. The punchline of this policy at its core is that data is a strategic asset of the city of Cleveland that is critical to meeting the demands of a modern government. But for having data, we are going to struggle to govern in the future. And that is both council and the administration, whomever that the council members are and the administration is. So we have an executive order, we also have a related policy, and we have an infographic. And I have QR codes to all 3. I'm also happy to share copies of these with anyone. And then last, for the sake of time, I'm moving expeditiously. I want to talk about some of the work we have coming up in 2024. So we've got a bunch of big buckets. First bucket is the public launch of 311, which will include a public-facing online portal for our residents to report electronically, and improving data tracking and reporting of all of the 311 requests, both service requests and calls with questions. And then optimization of our call center and continuing to make sure our call center is able to respond to the questions of our residents. We will launch a strategic plan through the mayor's office, and our team will be critical in the ongoing monitoring and tracking of those KPIs and goals for the strategic plan. In 2024, we will launch an open data portal. An open data portal is where we will start proactively putting out data. You will not have to ask for it. And this will include tabular data, spatial or map data, as well as data visualizations. We will establish an innovation accelerator team. We need a team that can start running innovative projects in-house within the city. And we've looked at a number of other city best models, and we've got more assessment work to do in 2024, but we've got to scope the team. We are going to start working towards achieving What Works Cities certification. What Works Cities is funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies, implemented by Results for America, and is the clearinghouse on best practices for data. We will launch an intranet for our internal city employees. We do not have a central place where you can go to look up, how do I do my direct deposit, and what is my, who is my HR liaison for my department. We need to centralize this information and land it for our city employees. We will work to establish a citywide culture of data. So data is a muscle strength for the city, starting to have those conversations, bring in training, and innovate with our employees around data. And last but certainly not least, we will establish and scale data management and reporting. So this includes building and scaling an enterprise-wide data warehouse in partnership with our colleagues in ITS, and establishing executive-level performance management program and department-level KPIs. I can happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just one thing that I want to make sure, could you tell us a little bit more? What you said, when is the open data going to be available again? When
Yeah, so we are working through building out the portal right now. And it will be in 2024. I have not picked a date yet because we're working on landing the best of the technology and making sure we have enough information in the portal.
And open data will be, any general citizen will be able to pretty much go to this Urban AI website and see how many trash cans were picked up, how long of a period of a time that these widgets are done, or et cetera, et cetera. So we'll be literally able to measure all of those different things.
Yes, and there are some international open data standards that we are following, including accessibility. You won't need a login. You'll be able to download data. We will put out both visualizations of the data because we know some residents, they don't want to download the raw data. That's not what they do. We will also put out the raw data behind it for those who really want it. And then where we can, we might also release some of the code that we've used to analyze that data.
Okay. I'm interested in that because I would hope that some of the chairs will have an opportunity to engage and sit down with you so that they can make some suggestions on things that they would like to track. For example, I'm just going to throw this out there. I know Councilman Polensik might be interested in looking at response times regarding EMS and being able to break that down and being able to articulate that. We want to be in a position to be able to understand that as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to say to the distinguished lady, I think you're doing an outstanding job. It was a pleasure having the opportunity to speak to you in depth at the National League of Cities. You said a tremendous amount of information here, but for the viewing public, which is here, and for some of our colleagues, you talk about your mission here is to assess and improve program and services delivering through the incorporation of modern analytic and data best practices while ensuring high levels of accountability and quality deliverables. Can you kind of break that down in layman terms so that the public can understand when you're looking at various different departments in the city of Cleveland, and we'll use public housing, for example, or building and housing.
Sure.
Can you apply that and tell us how your program would improve that system?
Absolutely. So when we think about data, it's a really broad concept, and it's broad to all of us, and to each of us, it kind of means something a little bit different. And for most of us, we start at I want the bar chart, right? I want the summary of how many houses did we cite this year for high grass and weeds? How many houses have we demolished this year? And then we ask the question of where are they in the city, right? Are they in my ward? Are they east side? Are they west side? And my team is the one that is going to help facilitate this. So when I think about data analytics, I think in our three buckets. We've got the analytics, which are oftentimes our charts, our graphs, our maps. We've got the data management, which is oftentimes the systems where our data is tracked. And this would be what our city employees would log into in any given day to do their work. And so for building and housing specifically, that's our Acela system. But we have a lot of systems citywide, and appropriately so. And every department will use a different system. So we have to think about what information do we want? That's our analytics. Where does it live? That's the data management. And then around it, how are we using that system? And that's the process and innovation piece. And so sometimes we look at our data and we go, ooh, that's not right. And maybe something is wrong in the system, but sometimes it's because maybe we don't enter the information in a timely basis. So looking at the process around what we're tracking, does how the system is set up reflect the steps that we need to follow in our work? Do we need to make changes? Do we need to make tweaks? And thinking comprehensively about those moving parts. And so when I staff my team, I look not only for our technical staff, but also our process staff who can talk to each other and operate on both sides of the house.
So, for an example, as you stated earlier, not only are you looking at what the information coming in, but how fast are we processing abandoned and vacant properties? You know, do we have, and this information, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, would tell you if we have enough employees to do the work. It also evaluates the employees' performances. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we can set some standards around that data, and every department will have different standards. So for our safety forces, we may look for information to be complete in a system by the end of their shift. For our building and housing, it might take a little longer, and those are okay, but we need to understand what is that process, set those standards, and then we can manage to it.
And setting this information in place for the city, this would be the very first time that this has ever happened in the city of Cleveland?
In this way, yes.
And with putting this system throughout the city of Cleveland, you have an accountability system?
This will hopefully be the accountability system. So for those who have been around the city for a while, CityStat kind of did this, but it was a much more manual process. The goal for us is to use a modern analytic tech stack, which what I mean by that is just modern software tools, so that we're auto-feeding this information. You can get a dashboard every Monday morning and go, oop, okay, I know how many properties are in each step, and oop, we've got a backlog and we can address those.
So say, for an example, one of the council members come to you and say, hey, we need to have, we've allocated these funds to this department. It has so many employees, but yet our vacant lots are not being cut. You can take a look at the information that you have and the assessment you have. You can tell more or less in real time where your strengths and weaknesses are and where you need to make changes.
I'd still always want to have a conversation with the department. I would never want to do this in a vacuum, but this is going to be one critical piece of that puzzle that we've been missing from a storytelling and an understanding and a monitoring standpoint.
I see.
Yeah.
And so at the end of this, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, when we look at this at the end of the day, how soon and how fast can we have this implemented throughout the city of Cleveland? What's your timeline, and where are you at right now in this process?
That's a great question. So we are working department by department. Our first early departments have been Public Works and Building and Housing. We have a data literacy challenge here at the city, which is that because we haven't used data in this performance management way historically at scale, a lot of our folks kind of get the yips when you present the data to them. And so we can stand up the dashboards, but then we have some work to do to learn how to manage to work with them. And so as we've moved through building and housing and public works, we've set up some operational dashboards. They're starting to learn how to use them. And then we'll go on to the next department, and we'll keep working our way through the city. 311 will also be another critical source of data. So as that new system comes online, we'll be able to start looking at where requests coming in, what side of town, and a lot more information that you all are asking for. I want to preface with, and just state this with, data is a muscle strength. It's like running a marathon. And you have to run every day to train for that data marathon. So we will take an open data portal live, and we will have more to do. There is no done in this process, but there is a point at which we are more confident in our data. And I think it's going to take a few years for us to get there at scale, but we're doing those foundational pieces now, today, because we have to start.
And Mr. Chairman, lastly, and I appreciate the work that's being done. Mr. Davies talked about the launching of 311, which is critical in terms of customer service and delivering quality city services to our residents. With that being said, with this program implemented, and it seems like you're all around all of that, with the citizens calling in with their issues, will that give you a priority on what the issues and needs of the city are, and then what will you do with that data? Will you then start focusing this administration and the city moving in the direction? If you could elaborate on that.
Absolutely. So we have some data that we're tracking right now, specifically on requests for services. The biggest hole in our data tracking is around calls for information. So what day is my trash day? That's about 80% of our phone calls are calls for information, and we're missing that. So step number one is to put in place a system that not only helps our residents, but gives the city more clarity on what calls are coming in, from where, on what topics, and also some better SLA tracking. So are we able to respond to those requests in the time that we promised a resident that we would? This system is going to help with that in a really substantial way. Once we get a baseline on that data, then we can sit down and say, you know what, we are getting a ton of requests from the Division of Waste, maybe not so much from traffic engineering, and maybe that's appropriate. We can say we're getting a ton of requests from the east side, but not the west side. And we can start to look at some of that diversity. There are some caveats that have been well established in the 311 industry around 311 data. So we cannot take this as carte blanche, because sometimes data underrepresents different parts of the city, but we can take it as a directional note of where we need to double down, where we need to make improvements, where we may need to optimize as a city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished lady for the work that you do for us. And Happy New Year. And I hope that we can get to a place where we have all of these systems in play and be able to determine what we need to do and help us to govern our city better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very much. The launching of the 311 through the chair to, what's your name, ma'am?
Liz Crow.
All right, the launching of 311 will be when?
I'm looking at the first half of 2024, but I haven't picked an exact date yet. We are right now, as a team, about to go into testing. We haven't gone into testing with our city staff yet. We will go into testing here shortly. We are on schedule with exactly what we had planned, so we're in good shape. And Board of Control just approved a vendor for us to help with the marketing. So a regular marketing firm to help us do the public launch of marketing. We're going into contracts with them this week. All the paperwork went Thursday. So we will pick a date as efficiently as we can get there. But I've got to get through city testing and employee testing, and I've got to get through, got to get our marketing firm on board. The goal is to really aggressively advertise this system so our residents know to use it. And do know, I will be back to this council. I know I need your help. 311 needs your help. I just don't know what help I need yet, but I will hear very shortly.
Okay, when you launch it, are you going to launch, let's say, for example, in specific areas, or are you going to launch it citywide from the implementation? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, we will launch citywide. Part of where we're bringing in a group is to help us target how that campaign should go. So, for example, we know we need bus ads. On which bus lines do we want to put bus ads? We know we need to go to libraries. We know we need to go to all of our rec centers. We know that we need to speak to the east side differently than the west side. We know that we need to speak to our young residents differently than our seniors. So making sure we hit all of the different levels of our residents, as well as the breadth of the city in ways that those residents are ready to receive.
Now, you have to bring council on board. You definitely, 311 was legislated by council
I know.
before Mayor Bibb arrived.
2009, I think, right?
You got it. We brought it in from the national, matter of fact, I brought it in from the National League of Cities, 311 in, and it's a good piece. You could use it also, here's an example, with 311. You could measure it, you could correlate it with the budget. So we see that majority of the calls are coming in that street repairs are in the Huff area or in certain areas. So then when you do your capital plan, you know that you could take the dollars from there and use it, and you could show it to council.
Yep.
When you evaluate it, this is why we putting majority of the dollars here. Because 311 would tell you that from the calls. So you could tell the residents, you need to make phone calls and you'll see your tax dollars at work because we're gonna fix these streets over here, Cedar, or we're gonna fix Carnegie, things like that, because 311 can do that. As well as for senior services, majority of seniors are calling from this area. How do you know that? Because 311 tells us. However, I think the glitch may be that if a council member is receiving a lot of calls, you gotta figure out some kind of way on how to get calls from that council member also, or have the council member aide to transfer the calls over to you guys that, if they're tracking it as well.
Absolutely. And I would add one note, which is that is completely the goal, 100%, is to not only understand what calls from what parts of the city, we also want to make sure it's accessible to all of our residents, because specifically in conversations I've had with Detroit, Boston, and Baltimore, oftentimes our lowest income residents are the ones who aren't calling.
They won't call.
They won't
will
call.
not call.
And so what we don't want to do is we don't want to make exclusive decisions off of data that doesn't have that nuance built into it. So this is one piece of the pie, but we also acknowledge it's not the whole pie. And I'm a recovering academic and a recovering researcher, and so I know we need both that quantitative and qualitative information. I also know that it will speak to marketing strategies, communication strategies. Sometimes they want to go online, they don't want to call. And as I think about how to stand up this system, I think about my 98-and-a-half-year-old grandmother who does not have the internet, and we do not want her to. I think about my 70-something-year-old parents who do have the internet. I think about my 30-year-old brother. And I think that we have to talk to each of those slices of residents differently, and that's okay. And the data will come, and if it doesn't feel true, then we'll dig deeper and figure out why.
Well, you can look at, through the chair, you can look at odds and probabilities. So you say that, let's say in the Fairfax community, 90% of the calls came from over here, then you can go to quantify that and verify it because it tells you that when you do your strategic plan.
Yes.
And then you'll go over there and you'll look at other calls where it come from, and then we could bring in money. And your evaluation process from there, you evaluating, you could sell an evaluation process to bring in more money from the state as well as the federal government. But we haven't been doing that because you haven't had any tests, like pre-testing and post-testing, so that you can use it to tell you where you're going.
Yeah.
It's like creating a budget, but you really don't know where you're going. You know you need this, but you have no evidence, no supporting evidence to tell you where you need to go. But with 311, and where do you have that at through the chair in your strategic plan? And how often are you going to do your strategy reviews when you do your strategic planning?
Director.
Through the chair, I'm
through
sorry.
the chair to
Chair.
the councilman. Those are the TBDs for 2024.
I don't know that acronym. What's the TV what?
To be
TV
determined.
dinner?
To be determined. So that is what,
Okay.
once
know
we
that.
launch our strategic plan, the next step in that is to understand how we're going to evaluate it and at what stages. And I know that there's data we need to look at monthly, quarterly, semi-annually. And sometimes you need to look at it in all of those stages, because if you look at something weekly or monthly, you'll see trees, and that's good. But you also need to look over the course of a year to see something annually. So we know that if we only look at pothole reporting data in October, well, that's not pothole season, that's leaf season, and that's okay. But we need to look over the course of a year to say, hey, when were potholes reported? Where were they reported? When were they especially bad?
That strategic plan will also show you the trends, and when you look at, you'll see the trends, which way certain things are going. But then you could look at the trends, and when you meet with the mayor and your department directors, then you could also sit down and talk with them. Do you meet with them?
Through the chair to the councilman all the time, regularly,
All the time?
every director.
And you show them what, because you can manage better from it because it'll change up when you manage.
The early work in many of these departments is just what data do you have? We're having to start there, and then we can build the tools where we can start to measure, and then we can get to a phase where we're monitoring to it on a regular basis. So we're building in that direction across our departments. Not there yet. We've got some muscle
Right.
strength we've got to start working on.
But you can use it to change culture and the whole 9 yards. We want to see your strategic plan when you put it together.
Okay.
But also show us when you do your strategic plan, show us the implementation, how you did it. Show us your planning.
Okay.
Show us how you monitor and control it, and show us your process analysis as well. Because you're narrating it to us, but it's a process
Yep.
that it must go through. And if you have a map for it, then council we can better understand it when you show it to us.
I can do that.
That would definitely help us
Okay.
out. And then you can show us your SWOT analysis as well.
Yeah.
Because when you bring it to the mayor, you're not just giving it to the mayor when you do your progress review.
Yeah.
There's a SWOT analysis showing your strength, weaknesses, opportunity, trends, as well as threats.
Yeah.
So on your strategic plan through the chair, are you doing it just the inner scope, or are you doing the inner scope and the outer scope?
To the councilman through the chair, the strategic plan I'm referring to is the citywide strategic plan that the mayor's office is working on, and it's broad, it's citywide, and it will have some cutting detail. They don't have a final version yet, so I can't speak to the final version, but we will want to measure progress on that plan at each step for the litany and breadth of topics that it will cover.
You know what I was thinking? Because I get excited about it. I mean, I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm even technical as a musician also. I sit back, I read charts, whatever the case. I think that this is me being, nerdy with it.
Yeah.
You show your inner scope. All right, this is what happened in all the departments. Then the departments affect, let's say Department of Health affects Mount Sinai, University Hospital, Cleveland Clinic, and if Mount Sinai, let's say, not Mount Sinai, Metro Health, Cleveland Clinic, University Hospital. So if University Hospital cuts back a division, that strategic plan would tell us and how will it affect the city of Cleveland, City Hall, as well as the residents. That's your outer scope. Because we just do the inner scope. I mean, it's cool, but you got to be able to do all, so that way we can see other things, what's going on. And it will help us out with planning.
Okay, makes sense.
So we like to see that also, because the mayor's office came to council and you request money from us for it. So we know we have the right to see what's going on with it. Our council president, I don't know how much did we spend on that plan?
I don't remember, Councilman.
Okay, but I think he came to us in May or June. And matter of fact, I helped champion it for him, saying that we need it, but we need to see it also. You know, it would help us when he does his transmittal also with the funding, and we give him dollars, then we can correlate it. And your strategic plan really should be in every department. So when you come here and you narrate your departments, you should have a strategic plan that correlates with the budget through the chair.
Makes sense. Agreed. And 2024 is to get that written.
Yeah, I think that quarterly, for example, I'm going to meet through the chair with the Director of Health.
Yeah.
And he and I will sit down and we're going to discuss, because we talked about the strategic plan back in October. So we're going to discuss it again, and it will show us where we at, because that planning is important.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Council President. There have already been a good deal of juicy questions asked about 311, so I don't want to be repetitive. That was going to be the primary nature of my question. questions. Really looking forward to the rollout of 311 and to council participating and being part of that. And it sounds through our chair as if you, Director, will come back to engage council in the rollout.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, absolutely.
Terrific. I wanted to just ask about briefly one aspect of 311. Did I understand correctly, I don't know where I picked up on this information, that texting will also be a way that residents would submit concerns to the system?
To the councilwoman, through the chair, not at this time. So we are starting with a web submission form. It'll actually be a series of forms that will go for specific requests. So for example, I see a pothole, there's a house on my street with high grass and weeds, that will route to a specific department. And then we will still currently have and will continue to have the call center. So we're starting with forms and the call center where you can physically call. In the future, we might get to texting. I don't want to take it off the table, but we're not there quite yet.
Okay. Through the chair to the director, if it's just a miscellaneous, maybe doesn't fit into cleanly into one of the forms, what would happen with the miscellaneous request?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, there is no miscellaneous form. There won't be, because we don't want to create a situation where a form routes to nowhere and to no one. So if someone is not sure what their concern is or where to go, our recommendation will be to call 311.
Okay, great. And then one more question through our chair about 311, which is, regardless of format of submission, whether through a web form or through a phone call, the resident would always receive a tracking number or some sort of confirmation number?
To the councilwoman, yes, that is what it will be. We will also have a portal where you can create a login and check the status of your request that you've submitted. You will not be required to create a login, but that will be an option where you can check online as well.
That's terrific to hear. I know that I can speak for my office in stating that a good deal of my staff's time is spent on just follow-ups, checking in on status, what happened with this, and I think that will help everyone involved and also increase transparency for residents, which is really exciting. So I had another question, and it kind of builds off of what Councilman Conwell was speaking to, I believe, but just in terms of, through our chair, in terms of various work order systems, I don't know if that's the correct, like workflow management or work order systems that the different departments have. Just one example is coming to mind because I'm on the Urban Forestry Commission. I know that Urban Forestry has most of its information now in CityWorks, or they're migrating to CityWorks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I wanted to ask for these types of platforms, an understanding of where we are. Is it uniform across departments at this time, or is that a goal to move towards a uniform type of platform? And if not, how far away are we from where we need to be? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, in the software world, you want to select a fit-for-purpose software tool. So the city licenses as its work order and asset management system CityWorks. The vast majority of public works is in CityWorks. I don't want to say 100%. I think there's some on the margins that are a little less embedded in CityWorks, but the vast majority of public works is in CityWorks. Building and housing, our permanent licensing work that includes cross-departmental work, is housed in a CELA. That's a fit-for-purpose system. These are large, comprehensively implemented systems. These are big, broad systems that are implemented. They're also appropriately different systems. So we're not going to take on a consolidation effort, because then we're going to jerry-rig one in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense. The 311 system is a third system. It's a system called Verint that is integrated with both CityWorks and Acela. So when someone submits a request in Verint, it will automatically pass it to the appropriate system where the teams will then begin doing their work. They'll close the service request. It'll get passed back to the Verint system where the resident will be able to view it. This is pretty typical system integration, but when I say we're doing, a lot of configuration, a lot of stand-up, a lot of testing, that's a lot of what we're testing. It's not only did we get the forms right, but are we passing the information back and forth correctly? Does that help?
That yes, that's a terrific explanation that even I can understand, which I appreciate.
Yep.
And thank you very much, and I'll look forward to further discussion later this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Michael Polensek.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to did you briefly touch on excuse me, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. I want to go back to the original comment because you touched on it briefly. So the person who doesn't utilize a computer,
Yeah.
who just calls in on the phone. And so one of the ongoing challenges that I have, and I expressed this recently in some correspondence to the administration, is, and I think all of us are experiencing the same thing, I don't think why my ward would be any different, is these folks that continue to turn in the same addresses week after week, month after month, the abandoned property, the derelict home that sits there, whether it be the high grass or OV&V, whatever, and it sits there, and then what I find is then they call us, as I had to deal with over the weekend again, and just say, again, Councilman, can you explain to me why I have to continue to turn this property in with no resolution? What's in this system from an analytical standpoint? What do we do to tell these people that there is something happening? I hope there is, but they don't believe there is.
So the way the system will work, the technology will work, whether you go to the website or call in,
Yes.
is we'll be able to see, you give us an address, you say high grass and weeds, and we'll be able to see that there has already been a request reported for high grass and weeds. And then you'll be able to say kind of a +1.
You're going to be
So-
able to tell them that on the phone?
Yes, so they'll be able to look it up in the system and see something has been reported already through 311. And they can say, let me give you the case number so you can call back and keep following it. 311 as a project as a whole is really an iceberg project, because then the challenge is to make sure that the department gets it done. Part of what we want to be able to do with this system is be able to give a regular report to the department that says, these are the properties that have been reported. This is how long ago they were reported into the system. Are you working on them? Are they on your radar? Where are they in your queue? And so this is we got some muscle strength we've got to exercise here to get everybody locked in that we're going to be working through these lists. But we're going to create transparency in, here's the list. Here's what we're working through. You can go on the website and check it. You can call 311, and they can tell you this is where we are in the cycle for that property.
Okay. Because as I indicated earlier, I don't know if you were here, I had to appeal to Chief of Staff Bradford Davey on one that I had repeatedly turned in with no action taking. And so, but then I'm the recipient of businesses on South Waterloo Road calling me saying, you know, what in the heck is going on here? This councilman, has been a year we've been complaining about this place. So we've got to make sure that the system, and we got to figure out where the faults are in the system. Now, I think I know where the faults are. I think there's some people in building and housing that need to be fired. That's my opinion, okay? And I've said that, okay? That's the problem around here. We don't fire anybody, you know? They just get moved someplace else so they can be incompetent there. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, there's got to be some accountability. I ask my citizens to be proactive, and they are. They're aggressive. They're proactive. They turn stuff in, but they get frustrated. And then they turn to me, and they turn to my colleagues, and they say, you got to do something about it. You got to do something about it, Councilman. But under the charter, we can't cite, we can't deploy, we can't administer. We're prohibited. So we're looking to you and to this chain or this train to make sure that the citizen gets some assistance to their complaint. So that's all I need to hear. We got to make things work around it. It's 2024.
To the councilman through the chair, I agree. And when I talk to our departments, when I talk to our teams, the question I often have for them is the problem a people problem, a process problem, or a technology problem? And we're working now on a lot of the technology problems, and sometimes it's just getting the list of what are and making sure everybody's working from the same list. So I know 311 is not going to fix everything. It's not a panacea, but I'm excited that it's a step.
I just don't want my colleagues to continue to be pincushions.
Yeah.
That's what we've become.
Yeah.
We're pin cushions for every complaint there is. And you get to a point, you get tired of being a pin cushion.
Yeah.
You want results. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Seeing no other question, oh, sorry, Chris Harsh and Rebecca Maurer. Chris Harsh, then Rebecca Maurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to Dr. Crow. Just a couple questions, mostly around data management.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the director, the department is fairly a small budget. It's $1.2 million. How many full-time employees is that through the chair?
14 are on budget, 13 are on staff.
Okay. And so my primary questions, and thank you to my colleagues because a lot of them have been answered, is for the data management, I know, for instance, through the chair, we don't own Acela. Acela is this program we bought, and we pay another company to manage it for us. And through the chair, are the Acela costs associated, are the costs associated with Acela represented in the urban AI budget, or are they over in building and housing?
Through the chair to the councilman, the costs associated for Acela are centrally managed through the ITS department, who then allocates cost out to all the departments who were leveraging Acela. So
Through
Acela
IT, you said?
IT is going to centrally manage the SaaS system that is Acela, and that is an appropriate model. So
Okay.
the business owner is building and housing, but the SaaS budget is centrally
Okay.
managed by ITS.
And through the chair, the same question then about CityWorks. Is CityWorks managed in-house, or is that also managed by a third party?
So CityWorks is a software that we license. The difference between CityWorks and Acela is our CityWorks data is in on-premise servers. Our Acela data is now in cloud-based servers. Both are reasonable models. Both are perfectly appropriate. The CityWorks system is managed through the operations department, specifically DPU.
Okay. And then, so through the chair to Dr. Crow, as you think about how to integrate this data and to manage it for the benefit of residents and City Hall employees, are you looking at a model that would have the data managed through a third-party off-site that we then pay to access, or is this what the 13 staff members of your department are doing internally?
So through the councilman, through the chair to the councilman, what we have agreed on, and we took a number of months to develop this plan, is that we will create a central citywide data warehouse. That data warehouse will be built using Azure technology.
Using what technology?
Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud technology.
Okay.
So we will pay for cloud-based data storage, so the servers are not physically sitting in a city building. But it really is best practice now to move towards a cloud-based infrastructure.
Sure.
Or more, Acela is a SaaS model, SaaS, or what we call software as a service model, which means we don't physically have the server sitting in-house,
Sure.
but we own the data. And we own the data through our licensing, and we're able to extract the data from these systems and put it into a central system where we can do the reporting and the analytics.
So my question then through the chair becomes, I understand that we own the data and it's stored in a cloud off-site server, but do we then have complete access to the data, or do we have to pay the companies to access the data that they hold for us?
To the councilman through the chair, in general, we have complete access to the data as part of our licensing agreements with each of the different vendors.
Okay, and through the chair, so there is a difference between some third-party services that pay you to access your data and some that simply organize it for you and allow you to have access unfettered.
To the councilman, yes, there is.
Okay.
And what we do when we purchase these software systems is we have access to configure the system, and we have access to the data itself on the back end, usually through a SQL server.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm almost done through the chair. The Acela updates, I know that I was contacted by somebody who couldn't get a copy of their rental registry because Acela was down for maintenance, which was holding them up in court because the judge would not proceed with a case until they could produce that rental registry, and Acela being down was adversely affecting them. Through the chair to Dr. Crow, what remedy is there for the city when we cannot give our citizens access to data that we own because the company we're paying to manage it is not providing it?
Through to the councilman, through the chair, I believe the window you were talking about was an upgrade window at the end of July, where we were doing substantial back-end upgrades to our Acela system. So it should have been a really limited window.
It was
where
December.
We were December.
Last month, yeah.
There was another shutdown for part of December.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the second shutdown. There's several things we can do to remedy this. One of them is to actually set up the open data portal. So it creates a central place where folks aren't tapping into the Acela system. They're really tapping into the central, here's the data in a central location where we can release it. I am not entirely certain what happened in December. I genuinely am not aware of what the Acela upgrade was. I know our friends in ITS will be up shortly, so they might be able to speak to that. That is not the mission. The mission is that we have uptime on our systems and our residents are able to access, and our staff are able to access the information that they need.
Okay. The last just sort of comment, Mr. Chair, is that I think it's critically important, and I understand that this is very complicated work, but I think it's critically important that the city always retain complete access to the data that we collect. It's data about our citizens, for our citizens. It serves the people of Cleveland. And I know that there are a lot of companies out there that sell very nicely wrapped packages of data access, but we should not be paying anybody to access our own data. There's cloud storage, and there's the fact that we don't need a basement full of servers at City Hall. That's understandable. But I think it's very important that we make sure that all data is always owned by and immediately accessible to the employees of Cleveland and the residents. And I hope that this new Acela upgrade is the last time we have to tell people they can't access their own data because of software upgrade. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Moore.
Yes. Thank you, Director Crow. I know that we're all excited for the year ahead for 311. I think there's been a number of important issues touched on. I'm going to bring up just one because it relates to all of council, which is the idea of when council members turn in an item, that getting some type of priority or indication within the system, and I'm wondering if you can clarify exactly what that would be, because I really want to emphasize to all of us at this table that there's really two sides to that coin.
Good question. Ms. Crow?
To the councilwoman, through the chair.
Through the chair, I apologize.
Our mission in establishing the new 311 system is to get the work into the queue and allow the departments to appropriately prioritize the work based on the urgency of the work that day.
Yep.
So we need the department to be able to say, you know what, there was an emergency today, and maybe that request won't get done until tomorrow. As an example, we had a very large sinkhole on West St. Clair last summer that took precedence over a smaller pothole. That being said, we can make our staff aware that council is watching certain requests, and they can be aware of what is in a queue coming from council. But I don't want to take the ability of our departments to prioritize their work away from them, because they have a better bird's eye view than any of us on what is the critical priority of that day and what is an emergency that might be coming through the system.
Got it. I really appreciate that, and I think you hit on this important point, because I think some of this is that we're trying to shift the culture away for residents from coming through to council. And so if we create a system where council requests are then prioritized over other requests, we will just reinforce the desire to come through council, and sort of create kind of two tiers of how people get into our system. And so I appreciate your desire to balance sort of the department's needs to identify emergencies and also give council members ways to track requests that do come through our office. I just don't want us to, I think there's an interest and a desire to follow and know that our requests are being handled, because of course we are in it day to day, and we are sometimes our lifeline for our residents who aren't comfortable calling that number or anything like that, but making it essentially equal across the city will ultimately be what's best for a successful 311 system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Moore. Seeing no other questions, the Division of Urban AI, we look forward to having a budget conversation in February. I do want to make sure you know that we do want to probably have regular updates, so I'll probably bring you in from time to time, and we really want to be involved when you roll out 311, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we bring up the Division of Law. Anybody who can join us from the legal team? Do you have a presentation on here, Director?
I do. It's just going up on the screen right now,
What
and
is
a
it?
hard copy is being passed around. It's a law department update. It's on the screen over there, but hopefully it's showing up on your.
Ms. Jimenez, has the law department update been loaded on the tablets?
Yes, absolutely.
Where?
I'd like Chief Thomas, want my direct chief. So, and Michelle Comer, good. Yeah, she was trying to hide back there, but.
So just for the public and for the body, we do not have to have a quorum because we have already voted on the legislation that we are, but I do want to strongly encourage and urge as many of us as possible, because as we recall, this is the operational side, and we're going to be focused more on the budget come February. So I encourage as many council members to stay involved and engage with them as possible. Chief.
Good afternoon, President Griffin. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon and to speak with you about the activities of the City of Cleveland Law Department. I am joined with me here at the table by Chief Corporate Counsel Curtis, Chief for Special Operations and Special Projects Michelle Comer, our City Prosecutor Aquila Jordan, and to my left is our Chief Ethics Officer Delonte Spencer Thomas, Chief Trial Counsel Elena Boop. And we're here to talk a little bit about what we've done and answer all of your questions. In respect for everyone's time, I will try to move quickly through these pieces and allow more time for your questions. But fundamentally, Mayor Bibb and this city council has asked for a law department that is more aggressive, more assertive, and reflects the values of the city of Cleveland and our residents. And so that is what we have tried to do this year, and want to talk to you a little bit about that. Our leadership team is here, as you can see on this first slide. And again, we will move quickly through this. There is fundamentally a division in the law department between the civil side and the criminal side. And so our civil side includes things like House Counsel, which helps prepare legislation, civil rights, operations, sustainability, development, labor and employment, litigation, public records, and code enforcement, in addition to 17 prosecutors that we have on our criminal side. I'm going to try to quickly go through, and I will apologize in advance for moving through this quickly, but bear with me, please. Leadership structure, just spoke about. Criminal division has been very busy. Total felony reviews, 12,000 as of October. Misdemeanor investigator intakes, 1,100. And we've worked through a number of cases. I know that it was earlier asked with respect to traffic cases. Total traffic cases were 14,000 in September, as of September of this year. But our criminal division doesn't just prosecute misdemeanors. It charges every violation that occurs in the city of Cleveland, but it also cares about equity and justice. And so working with Prosecutor Jordan, we worked on cannabis reform, and we as the city of Cleveland we're really the leaders in the state in moving forward on this. And I think we saw that with the Senate Bill 288 and also the more recent issue 2 that was passed. But not only that, the prosecutor's office has been engaged in community outreach for whether it's the Night Out Against Crime or for Pride in the CLE. It has been just tremendous in terms of reaching out to the community because we share the concerns here that crime, and crime are the three most important pieces in the city. Here's some data and it's all in your written pamphlets as well. But in terms of, we have housing citations and criminal citations that are up there as well. Citations, of course, are not necessarily the same as prosecutions, but we were at 19,000 at the end of this year. The data from the earlier page was from earlier in the year. Again, I'm going to move quickly through it. One of the key hallmarks of Mayor Bibb's administration is to have a chief ethics officer and someone who can be a source of information to make sure that we avoid any ethical problems. And Chief Delonte Spencer Thomas has been outstanding in that role, providing advice and counsel to employees, to also have a culture of compliance with regular education to all of our employees here in the city. And he was the leader of a continuing legal education on ethics seminar with the Ohio Supreme Court just last month. He answered over 200 ethics questions and prevented 50 criminal acts of misconduct. You know, one of the things about our employees is they all want to do the right thing. And so they reach out to Delonte Spencer Thomas to make sure they are doing the right thing, because sometimes people don't know. And one of the things that I talk to my staff about is that no one writes stories about the airplanes that don't crash. No one writes stories about the ethics violations that don't occur. And so Chief Thomas is sort of our chief air traffic controller who has prevented many, many crashes that he doesn't get enough credit for or publicity about because they're things that don't happen. He is also very involved with the Consent Decree and Community Police Commission, as is the Law Department. I would say probably 25% of my time is working with Chief Thomas and the CPC, and as part of that, we have stood up a police accountability team. We currently have 3 full-time equivalents on the Law Department's payroll. We're looking to add additional counsel and an auditor there as well. And again, I'm going to move quickly through it. Litigation, I'm here with Chief Boop. And our litigation is both to protect the city, but also to be aggressive. And so thanks to Chief Boop, we've recovered over $1 million from our opioid litigation. Working with outside counsel and together, we've recovered an additional $2.9 million in debts. But one of the things that we've also tried to do is to aggressively protect the city for those who owe us money. So we were one of the first cities on the Kia Hyundai litigation, which is currently pending in California, but it sent a shot across the bow of Kia and Hyundai that what they did has real issues in our city, and we hope to recover from that all of the costs to Cleveland and the city from that. In addition to that, we filed litigation against insulin manufacturers who took the price of insulin from $35 a dose 20 years ago to at times over $1,000, even though the cost of producing it has not changed. For us as the city, our single largest healthcare expense is for diabetes control. So what we hope to do is to recover money for the city, but also make sure that the manufacturers who have fixed prices lower their prices so all of our residents benefit. So thank you to Chief Boop for that. There are other numbers on there, and again, I'll try to move forward quickly. We're also, of course, very involved in labor arbitrations and labor negotiations. One of the things that we've tried to do is to limit our costs for outside counsel for costs that are referred out for employment claims. And so we have handled all of our labor arbitrations in-house, except for 2 where we had conflicts of interest. So that's one of the ways that we try to take care of taxpayer dollars while protecting the city as well. Our House Counsel works with you in particular. One of the things that House Counsel does is it works on legislation, and you have been extremely busy. So 437 pieces of legislation have been drafted and reviewed. And one of the things that I want to emphasize is that as a law department, we assist other departments and we assist you. And so some of the things that we take credit for are really your credit, the things that we have helped you to do. So 437 pieces of legislation in the last year. I think that's a tremendous credit to this body of being successful. We also run Board of Control, we draft contracts, and review competitive bids. Again, I'm moving quickly. 30 pieces of legislation that are really significant. You know them better than I do. But this city council has really passed some landmark pieces of legislation, whether it's community benefits legislation or it's approval of collective bargaining for bringing on more police officers. It's been a tremendously busy last 12 months. Contracts, modernizing the 311 system. We've talked a lot about that today. Strategic plans, contracts for electricity services. Again, I'm moving forward quickly. Our Chief of Operations and Sustainability supports the Water Department, Cleveland Public Power, Cleveland Department of Public Health, and Sustainable Cleveland. And so, let's see, with respect to their department has looked at 115 professional services agreements, 113 requests, and 177 public improvement contracts, liquor control hearings, 38 hearings. We work with you as council folk, particularly on liquor issues. And one of the things that we are trying to do as we protect our neighborhoods is to make sure that the unlicensed liquor establishment is shut down, or the one that has crime occurring out front is shut down. And so we share your concern with making sure that our neighborhoods are safe and that those who have liquor licenses follow the law, and those who don't have liquor licenses are not allowed to operate. I talk a lot about how everything the law department does matters to someone. And sometimes I use liquor control as that example. So Ms. Boop, who is here, deals with literally $100 million litigation pieces, and that's important. But if your grandmother is next to an unlicensed bar, that is the most important thing to her. So one of the things that I love about this job is everything that we do matters to someone in our neighborhoods, either specifically or more broadly. Development, we've worked hard to work to have a new police headquarters, airlines master agreement. And one of the things that's happened with respect to development is we were trying to be more flexible. And so we had the chance to work with council folk regarding how we look at lending aid and credit to our businesses that want to do well. And so we worked on white boxing, where I'm not allowed to say the previous administration, so I'll say the previous 50 years. There has been a rule, maybe it's 40 years, that we would only lend aid and credit $50,000 for one specific job. And that was so tight that it put a hamper on some of the creativity that's coming out of council, some of the creativity that is coming out of the administration. And so we are now looking at more flexible ways to make sure that we can use our economic development dollars to be as effective as possible. And some of that has to do with modernizing our standards for economic development. Code enforcement. I know, and I would hope that we have many comments about code enforcement, because again, this is a quality of life issue that affects every neighborhood in the city of Cleveland. So we've done a couple of things. We've had 52 lead hazard control order prosecutions for the first time in the city's history, 173 criminal cases for failure to obtain lead safe certifications. We also started filing affidavits of fact for lead hazards. So we put those on the property records. And let me tell you, we've heard from some of those owners. They've said, how dare you put this on our property record? But then they fixed it. And so we've had a number of, I think we are over 200 or close to 200 compliance issues as a result of affidavits of fact. So we're happy about that. We've cited the railroads, 99 railroad citations. That's going to go to appeal at the Board of Building Standards. The railroads are going to fight us tooth and nail on that, but we don't give up very easily, and we're not going to give up. So that will go to an appeal at the end of this month, January 31st. But that, again, is another example of how we are trying to be responsive to what we hear from council, what we hear from our residents, and to be more aggressive in ways that perhaps we weren't before. Public records. It's hard to imagine how many public records the city of Cleveland gets. 33,182 was a new record last year. We have assigned 2 full-time attorneys who do nothing except public records. We have 5 full-time clerks who do nothing except public records. That's in addition to support from the police department and the rest of safety as well. It is an incredible burden is not the right word, but use of city resources to be open. And like many of us, we work with Urban AI. And so one of the things that we have done already is to post documents on the web so that our citizens can get them directly. And so that 33,000 is not counting the documents that we have posted for immediate access. So that was a very, very quick review of the law department, and we are here to answer questions, and we really appreciate the chance to speak with you today.
Thank you first and foremost, and I first want to say one of the reasons why it's always good to have your team here at the table, because I'll be honest with you, I've worked with a lot of your colleagues for a long period of time. I don't know how you guys do it. The amount of work and the capacity that comes through the law department is so enormous. I just first want to just say I commend you and your staff for doing such a yeoman's task, because it is humongous.
I have tremendous staff, and if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, we have staff who have been here 50 years, 30 years, who have a wealth of knowledge, and losing them will be tremendously difficult. And I say to everyone that working for the city of Cleveland is not a life sentence, but I make that exception for Chief Curtis, who unfortunately may not be staying. So I would ask all of you to try to persuade her, personal privilege. I would like all of you to help me persuade her to stay longer and longer and longer.
Can I be honest with you? I was just about to say, if I'm going to get a protest sign and sit out front of the law department if Rhonda Curtis said that she's leaving.
I'm with you. I'm going to be sitting there with you.
And by the way, congratulations for the award that she received. She received a very prestigious award and well-deserving. I mean, her years of service have been impeccable with the city of Cleveland.
Thank you.
Well, not
What
only
is the name of it? I forget the name of it.
The International Municipal Lawyers Association is the premier organization for city attorneys. And they honored Rhonda Curtis. You know, it's not just about the quantity of years, but it's about her outstanding service. And they honored her for outstanding service to her community and for the excellence of her legal acumen. And so here in the city, we have benefited from her tremendously.
Well, I'm going to take you up on your challenge, Director, because I used to see her at the grocery store and be able to make my case, but now I got to come down to the law department.
Please do.
Because you're right, and Councilman Conwell talked about that in caucus today. We're losing so much institutional knowledge. I mean, you got, Ms. Comer, you got other folks. I mean, I love it. You got a lot of other people, but, Mr. Berdovich, Ms. Baruch, I mean, everybody at Quilla Jordan. You got just a great team, and I just don't think you guys get near amount of, kudos for the amount of work that all you handle. So I wanted to start off by saying that.
Thank you. And I would say not only am I proud of my team, but we also recognize that we can do better. And so we're here to answer tough questions and talk to you about how we can do our job better.
Speaking of which, let's get started.
Sure.
Time that it takes to monitor contracts. How are you going to reduce that? First of all, before I even move into that, do you have enough people to perform the duties for your office? And I'll move on to my questions from there.
Well, so the answer is yes, but we'd always like more. And so can we turn things around more quickly with more staff? Yes. But let me just say this, which is people say everything is stuck in law. And a couple of things. Oftentimes it's not. But the other piece is that part of our role is to say no to sometimes. And let me be direct, which is I appreciate that council sometimes feels that we say no to council. But for every no that we say to council, we probably say no to the administration 10 times as much. Because every day, part of Mr. Berdovich's job is to make sure that the contracts don't violate the law. And so we do say no frequently. And sometimes speeding things up doesn't get the best legal advice. So I think in order to do better, we are trying to make sure that we have clear rules and clear tracking. So one of the things that is happening hopefully next year is we are getting the Matrix computerized system, which will let us track contracts as well as criminal cases as well as civil cases. And so that way we can make sure that everything that's being sent to us is handled and nothing has slipped through the cracks.
We always want to be right, and we always want to make sure that we're in compliance with the law. So I know that that's important. But I think it would be good if you do have a matrix, and I'm not sure what it looks like, but if you have a template, because a lot of times council people feel like when you go to them with a project that it is arbitrarily saying no. And it would be good if you actually kind of maybe even had a training or had something to really tell council people, this is why, or this is how we view this in order to make sure that these contracts are in compliance. Because I know with, for example, our casino funding, we moved the 4 different criteria out the way. However, anytime that we use city money, it has to be used for government appropriate purpose. What are those?
Yep.
And how do you articulate those so that council members know that it's just not an arbitrary no, but this is how we're making this determination?
I would say a couple things. First, I would like to find a time where we could come and perhaps make a presentation to talk about what we look for and what we don't. Secondly, we try to provide solutions. So at the end of last year, there was a councilman who wanted to redo sidewalks in front of one particular building. And that was going to cost $13,000, but because we're not allowed to provide it for a specific person, we said, look, if you do the whole block, it went from $13,000 to $15,000. For an extra $2,000, you can do the whole block, and then that makes it a public purpose. So we try to find solutions in addition to just saying no, and also try to find ways to work with council folk.
Okay, because just having a good understanding will go a long way.
Yeah.
Because, I've been around long enough to know kind of some litmus tests, but I always tell everybody, treat all council members as if you're talking to layman's group in order for people to understand. I don't know if you're answering all the questions, but
I hope not.
The commission, police commission, when are they going to start hearing cases?
The answer is we don't know, but I
they've
don't
been
know
on the
if Chief
payroll for
Thomas.
2 years, and I don't recall if they've heard one case, or is it that they're still going through training, or what's going on?
Let me actually address the issue of cases. So I want to first say thank you to Councilman Polensek, because he led the fight for body cameras and now for dash cameras. And one of the things that we're seeing is that many of the claims that would have come against our police officers aren't substantiated. Our police officers, I think, are complying with the rules. And so there was a time when litigation frequently had to defend numerous claims against our police officers. I think at this time, fingers crossed, we do not have any lawsuits against citizens for improper conduct. So with respect to when are we going to hear cases, I do think that the number of complaints has come down. And again, some of that I would say thank you to this council generally, but to Councilman Polensek in particular.
Okay.
To the chair, just to add on to that, one of the things that I think is important for for council, for the community, for all of us to recognize is the amount of work that has gone into working to set up this commission, right? So essentially setting up an entire new organization, right, from scratch, and with 13 individuals who are meeting essentially once a month to, one, learn the city's process, learn GPOs, learn how they're going to do their job and develop their own processes. The commission has worked this past year, 2023, to build out its rules, its bylaws, its procedures, and have worked relatively diligently through that. And it's also important to recognize that in terms of the commission hearing cases, part of that will come on the basis of appeals that from complainants of cases that have gone to CPRB or that have been investigated by the Office of Professional Standards. So the CPC also has the ability to initiate matters, but also they'll hear cases based on appeals. So it's not just the commission, and but that process is expected to be operational this year.
Do we have estimated time? First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter?
Can't speak to that offhand, but my understanding with respect to where the commission is that they are preparing to be able to hear cases relatively soon. So I would imagine in first half of 2024.
Okay. First of all, next thing I wanted to ask you, Director, is I'm appreciative of what you're doing around these absentee landlords. I'd like to see more actions taken like that was taken at 12701 Shaker. I'm not sure if this is a Ms. Curtis or a Ms. Comer question, but how are we going to continue to go after some of those properties like we did after 12701 Shaker?
Yeah, so
There's room here right there if he wants to come join us.
I'd like Chief Roberts to address the question, but I do want to say thank you to you and Councilwoman Gray for highlighting the Shaker properties in particular. So as you know, we have moved for a receivership to to take the control of those properties away from the New York landlords so that we can manage them or find a receiver to manage them on behalf of the residents. And they, of course, fought us. They took us to federal court, but we don't give up. We've got it back in housing court now, and there have been a few developments in the last month or so, but it's a slow process. But I'd like Chief Roberts to add in about whether we're looking at additional receiverships and kind of what we can do with respect
Councilman,
to.
could you give him the microphone?
Yes, there you go.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, your question was, are we going to do more to get tough with landlords?
We do more and have more that we go after, just like the 127.
Absolutely, yes. If I could give a metaphor, code enforcement is like a refinery, right? We have no shortage of raw material. There's problems out there. They're easy to see, but there's this entire system. It can get clogged at any point. So it's turned in, but the inspector, for some reason, thinks he can't follow through, or the inspector follows through, but he can't find the owner to serve the notice. And as you see, you've got to make it go through every step so you get what you want at the end, which is compliance. You hold them accountable. You take them through all the steps and get all of them, as many as you can, to compliance. And so my mission, as I see it, is to learn every part of that and find out whenever it gets blocked, whenever it's not working, and then figure out what the problem is. Don't accept that that's just a block that we're going to keep us from moving forward. We're going to find out how to stop that blockage, so we're doing more all across the board with all landlords.
For those of you who haven't met Chief Roberts before, he has spent over 20 years in housing court, and when Judge Pianka was judge of housing court, Judge Pianka called him the Hammer. So we have Dave the Hammer Roberts, and we have stolen him from housing court because we want the hammer on our side, and that's what we intend to do.
I seen him in action. I seen him face down a room full of fire-breathing dragons about a month ago, so he definitely is somebody knows his stuff. Before I end and turn it over to my colleagues, I do want to take a moment to commend you and also Ms. Jordan on the marijuana seal cases. I know that was something very near and dear to council, that we passed something a few years ago that we thought was very, very groundbreaking. And then when you guys followed up on making sure that those cases are expunged, I think that is something that I can't go a weekend without talking to somebody in the store to talk about how that has impacted their life. So I want to thank Ms. Jordan as well as yourself for really helping that process and taking that the next step.
Thank you. Prosecutor Jordan has been fantastic, not just with the legislation, but with expungement clinics. But again, your support, President Griffin, has been tremendously important, because we can't move forward with these things without support by you and by council. So I want to say thank you to you, because we all know that our drug laws have not been equally enforced to people of all colors. We know that it's hurt people getting jobs and loans and starting businesses. So we think this is important. And so thank you, President Griffin.
Thank you so much. Okay, on the agenda I have McCormick Jones, Casey Polensek. McCormick Jones, Casey Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your line of questioning. I won't be repetitive. I want to thank the director and his team for their responsiveness. Chief Curtis, I will extend that as well, the pile on the praise to everyone here. We've all kind of been in different places too, lead, prosecution, everything under the sun. I haven't worked as much with our friends on this side, but you've got a great team. really important. Chief Comer, I mean, we helped write that lead bill together with Councilman Griffin and on the policy team for the lead I mean, so just you've got a great team and really appreciate that. Director, I've got one question, and this is something that I hounded Barbara Lang Henry, one of my residents, for years on. And I've gone publicly on the record every single budget hearing since I started here, and that is ensuring that we have appropriate pay scales for our attorneys in the law department. When you would have a attorney coming in, you know, with 5-7 years under their belt, and the city offers them $50,000. $50,000 might be a lot to some folks in the community, but when an attorney has options across the board within the public sector alone that is significantly higher, of course, they're not going to choose the city of Cleveland, as well as, and then we get into retention, then we get into retraction, all that kind of stuff. So I understand, Chair to the Director, that you've done a lot of work, and I appreciate that on ensuring that our pay scale for attorneys, I'm looking at our prosecutor down there, she was prosecuting cases by herself because she didn't have attorneys to fill that. I mean, I know that she's not afraid to get in the courtroom, but that wasn't due to that. That was due to the fact that she didn't have a team, and we couldn't recruit a team for her. So can you please speak to where we are in ensuring that our pay scales are appropriate, understanding some basic fundamentals? Number one, it costs us a whole lot of money to lose an attorney. So if we train an attorney and 2 years later they're in the prosecutor's office or they go to the private sector or whatever it might be, it costs the taxpayer dollars to then go back out, recruit, hire, train again. So can you just give us an overview of where you are as the buck stops at you in this department of ensuring that our pay scales for our attorneys are appropriate?
We're chasing a moving target. We've made significant improvements in the last 2 years. And again, I want to thank this council, but also Mayor Bibb's support. So we've had, depending on how you count, 2 or 3 pay raises, which I think have made a difference. At the same time, the market in the private sector has gone up even more. So we are chasing this target that keeps moving away from us. But I think that we are at a point where we are okay but not good. We do lose important attorneys. So my answer to your question is I will always ask for more money for my attorneys. I think that they do a great job. What we sell them on, though, is the quality of work here in the city of Cleveland is by far the best that you can find anywhere. We have more complicated cases, more interesting cases, more work, and work for a public service. So we are never going to compete with Jones Day. Right. We would like to be competitive with the county. And if we can do that, then I think we are in good shape, and we're getting closer, but we're not there.
I appreciate that. And Chair to the Director, that's a great way to narrow the question. You know, Baker, you're not going to be able to pay what Baker pays its associates, but also I think you get into the business of municipal law for a different reason, probably than, forgive me for calling out a specific law firm, private firm X, right, in Cleveland. I'm not anything negative towards Baker or anybody else, but the point is that they're going to be able to pay more than the public sector but you get into public, you know, law, I would imagine, for public service and the challenge of it and the interest of it and all that kind of stuff. So I guess specifically, you know, are you tracking through the Chair to the Director, prosecutor, public defender's office, county attorneys? Like, how do we keep tabs to ensure that we're at least, you know, competing with them?
So we do track, and we ask for increases to try to stay competitive. But again, every time we get a bump up, they bump up even more. And so we are chasing them. We are not equal to equivalents at the county, but I think we do better work. And you know, we continue to work and recruit. And we've had, you know, it's come and gone. During this post-COVID period, I think we've seen difficulties everywhere in filling slots. And it's not just our law department, but it's law departments everywhere, law firms everywhere. It's in different sectors. You know, you walk down the street and you see help wanted ads in almost every retail establishment. There just don't seem to be the bodies there. So in answer to your question, yes, I would absolutely like to be more competitive. But, we do what we can. And so we respect the budget priorities of the finance department and the council and
Yep.
the mayor.
I appreciate that. And Mr. President, I'll just close in saying, and I know you know this, Director, it's one thing to focus on what the cost is to increase pay, but I feel like historically we haven't paid enough attention on what is the cost to losing attorneys and having to hire and retrain. So, I really hope that that's a part of the equation here. An adjustment may be less of a cost to a taxpayer than the process of losing an attorney, all of that whole process. So I hope we take that into consideration. And, to my colleagues, our attorneys touch everything, code enforcement, law, all that. So it is so important. Attorneys may not be, as public as a firefighter, or police officer, or EMT saving lives on the street, but my gosh, you guys are this stream backbone of the city that touches every single department. And so ensuring that we're giving you the tools you need to hire and retain good folks, to ensure that backbone is supporting the system, to me is incredibly important. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Joe Jones. Next up, I have Casey and Polisic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take this opportunity and to give praise where praise is due, and start out by saying that I'm very appreciative of the presentation that you have given to us this afternoon, Mr. Griffin. And I don't remember the last time I've received a presentation like this in all of my 24 years. And seeing it broken down in such a way. And I know that part of this is the request of council in terms of being able to look at what the various different departments are doing and how they are using the funds given to them by the taxpayers. Looking at this list here, but before I move into my questions, I just want to thank you from day one of being able to return my phone calls, great customer service skills. I have never had that happen, to get on the phone and have a direct conversation, even on the weekends, and you're returning those phone calls, and even at nighttime, you're returning those phone calls, and I'm having a conversation with you. So I want to thank you for that. I think my colleagues here have a gold mine in you to be able to have such a great, impeccable customer service. When I look at your team and all of those who are assembled here, I've had an opportunity to take a look at the presentation. Your team has done an outstanding job. So I just want to thank you for the work that you do for the citizens of the city of Cleveland and your continued work that you have in front of us. And Mr. Chairman, let me get straight down to it. In the presentation, you talked about 24 collective unions agreements that you have accomplished. How many unions are still left?
Back here today? No. So we have a total of 33 collective bargaining agreements that we need to enter into. Some of them actually got resolved in 2022. So that number is 2023 numbers. I don't have the immediate remaining number with me, but I can certainly get that. 5? Over half. Yeah, we're over half. Which of course is very important for compensation issues.
And Mr. Chairman, in your presentation, you talked about the ongoing litigation of the city of Cleveland and some of your accomplishments as it relates to the litigation. And you put a figure on this. If you could elaborate, are we talking about the possibility that the city could, in claims and disputes, be able to receive potentially $250 million? Or if you could elaborate on what that means.
No, I meant to say, first of all, I don't want to comment on any specific litigation, but I would say that, first of all, plaintiffs always exaggerate how much they are asking from a defendant. That's the natural part of litigation. But if you look at the total claims one way or the other and you add them up, they get to be pretty significant. And I want to take a moment to single out and embarrass Chief Boop because she handles some of our most important claims. She literally crawls into dumpsters or places to find documents. You know, she puts on her jeans and she goes through documents that are from the 1970s or earlier to find documents that are critical to protecting the city of Cleveland in very potentially expensive lawsuits. So that's the kind of work that we have. But yes, I mean, there is at any given time litigation involving the city. If you added it all up, that would be in excess of 200 million in claims one way or the other.
Looking at this here, how much money have we brought into the city of Cleveland as relates to money you've recovered? You talked a little bit about that. Do we have a total amount that and judgments that we have been able to win and the kind of resources we brought back to the city of Cleveland, what that number is?
Well, $1 million just from the opioid cases, slightly over $1 million, 2.9 million from our collection actions, and then we have a handful of other cases as well that I don't know are added in there. And you know, one of the things is that we are not scared to go to court, but we also know that it's important to settle cases. And so, as much as we enjoy trial work, and we do, you know, we also know that the city has business interests. So, for example, we had a dispute with Frontier Airlines, who were going to bring us 400 jobs. So we settled that because, you know, we have to be aware of the big picture. And so, rather than try to pursue those claims and lose 400 jobs, you know, we made sure that we tried to keep the interests of the citizens in line. So that's a case where the litigation didn't yield money, but it yielded something more important, which is jobs for our residents.
I see. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, how many outside law firms work with the city of Cleveland currently?
I don't have that number immediately, but I could get that for you.
And Mr. Chairman, when we look at the leadership structure of the law department, I know that there is a listing that you have. Can you make that available to us, to this body, who's who, their phone numbers and their addresses, and not addresses, but their phone numbers and their emails?
Absolutely.
So that we might be able to contact them on various issues and give us a general idea who's working on what. When it comes to legislation and contracts that we have on a yearly basis, I know in the past that we have been behind as a city. Sometimes we didn't have contract work done until the following year. How do we look with that this year? Have we been able to improve those contracts to local development corporations and so on?
The answer is we need to do better. We always have to try to move things more quickly. So Chief Melnick, who isn't here today, has been, she's in charge of our section for legislation, and then kind of funneling up through her, depending on what the contract is, Rich Berdovich supervises a section as well. So, but let me say this. I think we would like to work with council to figure out a way to move things more quickly. I will tell you that it's often more difficult than it might seem. And I say that because, first of all, historically, you may remember Hyatt Legal Clinics.
Who?
Hyatt Legal Clinics, Joel Hyatt.
Yes.
Okay. Joel Hyatt opened up a series of legal clinics in part on the philosophy that he could do kind of model simple claims, whether it's for a divorce or whether it's for a transaction. And that turned out to be a lot more difficult than Hyatt Legal Clinics thought, and it's one of the reasons they're not here today. Legal work, often the devil is in the details. And so we can use model contracts up to a certain point, but there's always going to be something unique about each particular contract, whether it is where a piece of property is located or where a CDC or a nonprofit organization wants to operate. So I think we can do better, but we can't have standard form contracts. It just doesn't work.
Just on that piece there, because that's a concern, because a lot of times when I'm trying to put parts and pieces together, I'm constantly told, can't do this, can't do that, this can't be done, and having a difficult time in the past. So is it an issue of capacity? How do we improve that, the delivery of getting the contracts in a quicker, faster way?
So I think part of it is capacity. I think part of it is training and communicating, because oftentimes nonprofit organizations or CDCs will come and they don't understand that there are certain things that you have to do if you're working with the city. So particularly with accountability. So I have a meeting every week with respect to the Southeast Side contracts. And we're working on a couple of contracts there where the nonprofits involved are resistant to the accountability measures that we need to protect dollars. And so that then comes into a discussion where it's often very hard to proceed with things as quickly as possible, because the counterparty on the other side doesn't understand or doesn't appreciate that when you're dealing with public dollars, it's very different than private dollars.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, I would like to work with you putting together a series of programs to help my citizens. One of the things that I have probably the most difficult time is being able to really serve the citizens and their needs. And some of these programs should be easygoing. We shouldn't have the difficulties or the headaches concerning them. They're a need, and they will also help us as elected officials, as well as the city, provide a service that's not being there. And one of those issues is safety. Safety. So we have to develop the programs that are going to keep our citizens safe. And the previous administration started doing that with cameras and putting them on the poles. So I give kudos to the previous administration for seeing the vision and saying, hey, we need to get cameras out here on these streets to be able to help to keep our citizens safe. The next thing is, how do we get cameras throughout the city of Cleveland on homeowners' homes? And how does that look, and what will that potentially look like? So I would love to work with you on that, in addition to introducing other legislation that's going to have a positive and profound impact on the citizens of the city of Cleveland. So I look forward to working with you and your staff to move that forward. And I'm glad that the charter says that you are our counsel too, and that we can come to you because you represent the interest not only of the administration, but you also represent the legal interest of Cleveland City Council. And with that being said, I just want to again say Happy New Year to your staff. You guys have done a wonderful, outstanding job, and I look forward to working with you to improve the city services for our citizens in this Ward 1 in particular, and the city overall. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Councilman Brian Casey, Councilman Mike Polisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, I was the one who requested the information on the tickets, so I'd like to focus on that for a quick second. So I didn't have time to delve into it on my own because we just got it, but 16% of the misdemeanors, 42% of DUIs, 17% of traffic, and 24% of housing citations have either been nollied or DWP'd, dismissed with prejudice. Is that a lot, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to ask our prosecutor, Aquila Jordan, to talk about whether we have a large percentage or a small percentage of citations and violations nollied or dismissed with prejudice?
Thank you. So
Speak right into the microphone. sir,
Thank
right
you.
here.
So the DWP is actually dismissed without prejudice, right? Or dismissed for want of prosecution. That means those are cases we can bring back. And looking at these dismissals, it does not break down what's dismissed because it's gone to the county. So some of our misdemeanors, especially those OVI numbers, are dismissed because they're connected with a county offense, meaning we can't prosecute as a city if we don't want the felony to stick. So it's in the interest of getting the higher offense that we dismiss at the it's in the interest of getting the higher felony offense that we dismiss the local level. Now, you do see an increased number of traffic dismissals. That is because we have 30 days from the time the citation is issued until we have a trial, meaning that if we issue that traffic citation and our officers are working double shifts or out on another assignment, we don't have our witness there to proceed. And so because our officers are dealing with other public safety concerns as well, sometimes we may not have a witness to proceed on those lower level traffic offenses. So these numbers are not alarmingly high to me. I would say this is pretty standard and normal.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, these 19,111, can we get is there a way, working with whomever you got to work with, to find out where they're being written per district? Can those get broken down per district?
We can request that information. This is data that the court was gracious enough to provide to us, so we need to check with them to see if they can provide more detailed information.
I think it would be interesting to know of the 19,000 where they're being written or where they're not being written. So if we could put in a request, Mr. Tytron, for that, or to whomever.
We'll try to find those.
Okay.
We'll have to go to the court to ask, but
Right.
yes.
Okay. Or as much as you could break it down for us, just so that we know, where enforcement is happening, or more importantly, where it's not happening. And then if I could shift real quick to the public records requests, of the 33,182, which I think is just an astronomical number, what's the oldest request? Do you know how? I know that we had 33,182 this year, but what's the oldest request that's sitting, I guess, in the queue?
So I'm going to ask our records attorney and chairperson, Amy Huff, to respond to that.
Okay.
She is full-time and manages her staff of one additional attorney.
Chair over here.
And I know we were just looking at the numbers at the end of the year.
So your question is, what's
Talk into the mic. No, keep it. Yeah, there you go.
what's the oldest request in the system?
Right.
I would have to log into the system, but I would say there's probably something in there from 2022.
Okay. And then how many of the requests this year were actually answered?
We were
Mr.
at
Chairman,
90
to the,
I'm sorry, through
Please.
the chair to the councilman, was at 93%.
what is that? I mean, 93%?
93% when I checked at the end of last week.
So you guys were able to get out roughly, I don't know what that comes to, 30,000 record requests?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
My recollection, the documents you showed me last week showed that we had about 3,000 outstanding out of
Okay.
our,
So about
33,000.
Okay. About 30,000 you guys, that's,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of record requests. That's amazing.
Let me also say this. One of the things that Chair Huff has done is she's put a lot of these up she's posted them on the website. So we don't even see all the requests that come through and get made available.
All right. And then just for our understanding, when somebody puts a public records request in, how many stages are there to the request and then to you actually getting the information to the requester?
As any lawyer would tell you, it depends, but I'm going to let Chair Huff. So if
I'm
you're
sure she knows.
If you're asking for body cam footage of video, that may be different than if you're asking for a police report or, for example, a building and housing request. But
Yeah, it depends on what you ask for and how you ask for it. Sometimes people ask for something that has to go through 3 different departments before we can fill it. The by far most common thing is accident reports. People want an accident report to give to their insurance, to give to Progressive. We produce thousands of stolen car accident reports. Those are very simple. That's a one-step. We produce it, somebody reviews it, we send it to the customer. Then we have very complicated requests where it's got to go maybe to the homicide unit, body cam unit, all through the city, gathering multiple parts to complete one request. That's kind of the gamut. So some of them we do in less than a day. We measure the response time in under a day.
Let me talk a little bit about some of these requests, which is, I think public records should be serving our residents. So if someone needs a housing report or something like that, those should be as high priority as possible. But one of the things that happens is we have plaintiffs' lawyers who ask for all of the accident reports recently so they can then send a solicitation to people involved in the accidents so that they could have their service. So we become the research assistants for plaintiffs' lawyers. The other thing that we have are web-based YouTube channels that want to show video from arrests, from shootings, from that sort of thing. So, we get requests from London that require our staff to spend literally hours looking at body cam footage so that they can put it up in their website in London and make money off of it.
All right, and then...
Sorry, that's my rant.
It's all right, you can rant. Just one last question. About what is the average number of days from the day somebody puts a record request in until it gets out? I mean, I know there's different, you say some are one day and some are probably months long, but on average, if I, as average Joe citizen, was to put a request in...
I mean, I would say I'm grouping everything together.
Right.
City requests, police requests, all of it. I would say 2 weeks would be the average.
Okay, all right. Thank you, good job.
All right, thank you. Councilman Mike Polisic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the director and his team that is here. And I have a historical perspective and going back a long way with the law department, and I can say that our law department, I've seen over the years, have gone toe-to-toe against some of the biggest law firms in the city and the state. And so I appreciate that. And I've also run into numerous attorneys, very high-profile attorneys, that will tell me all the time, I got my start in the Cleveland Law Department. So I'm very much aware of the importance of our law department. I appreciate the director's comments about the body cams and dash cams, because I took some real crap from some of the leadership in the day from this Cleveland Police Patrolmen Association, former leadership, who were opposed to those cameras, which I could never understand. And I thought it leveled the playing field not only for the police officers, but for our citizens, and that was important to me. I have a couple issues I want to bring up, which is a concern to me. First of all, I also want to thank Attorney Assistant Law Director Kevin Roberts. About a month ago, I won my 105th liquor case in Columbus, and that's over 12 terms now.
I was about to say.
105.
I'm 250.
Okay. And so, so at the end of the day, I just want to appreciate the work that he did, because I know how hard it is to build a liquor case and the documentation it takes. So I wanted to publicly thank him. But there's a couple things I wanted to drill in on. I wanted to drill down, first of all, and follow up on some of the other about code enforcement. I constantly turn in properties, and I know that David Roberts is here. But it seems, and I argue this with the housing court as well, it seems like these repeat cases, they never seem to get in the housing court, which I can never understand. And the judge tells me, the councilman, if I get the case, I'll deal with it, but I got to get the case. And so you touched on it a moment ago. It's like, for some reason, there seems to be a jam somewhere. What we need is some political X-lax to get things moving here, okay? We got to get some things moving here. We got to be able to get the process moving to get them into the housing court, and then hope that Judge Monet Scott will do what she needs to do against these property owners. So that's the first issue I want to raise, because I'm not seeing the number of cases as I did in the day go into housing court. So I'll touch on that for a moment. Consent decree. I'm working right now trying to set up a date, working with the council president and my colleagues, where they can come in and make an official presentation before the safety committee. but I'm trying to schedule it so the meter isn't running at $7.50 an hour. And I don't understand for the life of me how we agreed to pay these guys $7.50 an hour. I can't for the life of me understand that. And so I don't want to set up a special hearing for them to have to fly in from Washington, because that meter's running. From the time they get on that plane to the time they get here, sit through the safety committee. And the question is, and there's a question, the amount of time that they build this versus sitting at this table, which I would dispute with them. So I'm trying to work that out right now. So I'm trying to coordinate when the next time they're in Cleveland, when they can come before this council. That's my second question. So I'm going to give them to you in order. The other one is the curfew enforcement to the city prosecutor. I sent you a letter on December 27th about the carjacking at Ginn Academy involving 5 individuals, and asking the question, were any of the minors charged with curfew violation, daytime curfew violations? I have yet to get a response on that letter that I sent you. And because, again, I'm saying that, the reason I'm bringing up, I was at Ginn today for a very sad and unfortunate circumstance. Another young man from Ginn Academy killed, shot over the weekend, not in our neighborhood, but in the city of Euclid. And the question was posed to me at Ginn today, what about the kids that were involved in the carjacking? Were any of them supposed to be in school during the day? And were any of them charged? So that's a question I'm posing to you. And then my last one is to the director, because you touched on it. I commend you and applaud you for the action you took on the Shaker Square apartments. But the late, great, honorable Judge Pianka would talk with me all the time, why isn't the city using receiverships and or spot eminent domain on these derelict properties that are posing such a hazard to our community? The judge posed it to the previous administration. I understand it never went anywhere. You've taken the action at Shaker Square, and I'm just saying, we've got these properties. Maybe we have one on a street that is just a cancer, and yet it has good bones. It doesn't need to come down, but it sits there vacant. Why aren't we using spot eminent domain in the neighborhoods or receivership to take these properties so we can put them back into productive use and not have to spend money to tear them down or spend the $800 to board them up every time? Like I've turned another property in for the, I don't know, 5th or 6th time, OV&V. We got to come out and board it. I don't understand this. So those are the areas that I wanted to address to you. And then the last one, which I think is the one that frustrates me the most, is the police reports. Here is a police report. Look at this. It's redacted all out. It's of no value to me. Some of you know, some of you don't know. I write the landlords where I have problems. I go where I have bad tenants, I write the landlords. Where I have a shooting or people involved in questionable activity, I write the landlords. I write them. I write people to apprise them. I'm not going to tolerate this crap in my neighborhood. Police reports like this are of no value to me. And I'm not only the only one. I know my other colleagues, maybe they're going to speak up on this, but this whole thing about this Marcy, whatever it is, report or document or whatever the heck it is, I've been here all these years. I never had a problem getting police reports. Now I do, and what it has done is made my neighborhood, in my opinion, less safe. Because I cannot go after the people that I need to go after. And I'm frustrated over it. And I don't know about the rest of my colleagues. You getting the same kind of reports?
Listen,
Okay, no. Yeah. But you can shake your heads. Raise your hands. You getting the same reports? Yeah. So I don't, so I'll leave it at that. So if you can just comment on these 5 areas that I mentioned, I'm here to work with you, and I'm here to work with you, the director, because you come from great stock. You come from a great, you're the son of a great judge, in my opinion, Bert Griffin. And it's like, but we got to, I'm aggressive. Everybody knows that. I'm aggressive. I'm like a dog in heat going after these people in my neighborhood. But I got to have people who's here to help me. And when I get a police report that is totally redacted out repeatedly, it's of no value to me and my constituents. I'm going to let you respond to my 5.
And there were a couple of things, and I think,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're going to read something up. There's a couple of things that he brought up, if you can answer.
Yeah, I've got 5 of them. I was going to deal with 3 of them.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to ask Chiefs Robert and Comer to talk about housing issues. I was going to ask the prosecutor to talk about the Ginn Academy stuff.
Right.
And then I was going to talk about the billing, the receivership, and the police reports. So hopefully I was going to try
Here's
to
getting the
cover
subject,
everything.
yeah.
But first thing I was going to say is thank you, because, listen, I think that your job as a councilman, I mean, if you're not angry about things that are happening, then you're not paying attention. So I just want to say to you that I respect that you care about your community and have. So, and obviously we agree on a lot of things, whether it's body cams or whether it's other things. So thank you. Let me kind of go through the issues that you raised for me. First, billing. Basically, you said, why were you so dumb to agree to $7.50 an hour? But you were more polite than that, so I appreciate that. But so let me say a couple things. The prior lead monitor resigned, and so the monitor is hired by Judge Oliver. But the process, and this is where I accept some of the responsibility, is that he asked for recommendations jointly from the Department of Justice and from the Law Department. And so we put out a RFI for different entities, and we got, I believe, 7 responses. We narrowed them to 2. The other team that was bidding would have brought in, I believe, either 11 or 13 new people, would have replaced all of the Cleveland-oriented people with their team of even higher-priced attorneys, or the team from the law firm of Hogan Lovells, which said, no, we're going to bring in 5 people at a, I don't disagree for a second that it's a high rate. You are absolutely right. But what they said was, hey, we're going to come in lower than this other team because we're going to keep folks who are here in Cleveland. And that made a lot of sense, because then there would be a continuity between the prior team and the current team. I will tell you, I'm not sure that it has worked out that way. And so I accept your criticism for that. I'll tell you that every month I go through their bills and I send them criticisms and requests for reduction.
Good.
And they think that I am horrible that I would request them to. For example, there have been situations where I think accidentally they have double billed. Said we're not paying for that. It's a computerized system, right? So I think accidentally they entered the same time twice. Right. So we said no, we're not paying for that. I think accidentally they put in airfare that we thought was excessive. We refused to pay for that. So we've had a bunch of issues there. At the end of the day, we have to pay what Judge Oliver orders us to pay. So, but if your question is, Law Director, you were responsible for negotiating this lower, I accept that responsibility. And I think we made the best choice possible, given our choices. But we continue to try to make sure that our taxpayers are protected as much as possible. Would like to do better, and I can promise you that when the monitor comes to talk to you, and by the way, we did require them not to bill for travel time, so they should be able to come here and not bill us for that time. Okay. But they will tell you that they find me to be extremely difficult and annoying when it comes to their bills, and I say too bad.
Cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
So the next issue that you asked for was with respect to receiverships, and I think that we are trying to expand that tool, but like a lot of things, it's harder than we think, because once a receiver comes in, they have to make sure that they're going to get paid. And so they have to look at the economics of that building. So in the situations that we're looking at right now, we've had to go through a couple processes. We don't have people banging on the door saying, hey, I want to be the receiver. So we have one action in particular where they initially told us, oh, yes, we have a receiver lined up. That fell through.
And would that include spot eminent domain as well?
I don't know, and I think I jumped on to questions I was going to ask Chief Thomas and Chief Comer respond to. I am not familiar with spot eminent domain. My understanding is that on the east side of Cleveland, somewhere between 20 and 25% of the land is owned by the city of Cleveland already on the east side. And so I think that there is concern about, do we want to take on too many responsibilities there?
But I'm talking not land, I'm talking structures. I'm talking the physical structure.
Yeah, so then we'd have to ensure, anyway.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm willing to sit down and talk with you folks.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'll
Okay,
jump to that.
thank you.
Police reports. So they changed Marcy's law. The General Assembly changed Marcy's law this year, starting in June or July, in which they said it used to be that victims' names could not be produced if the victim affirmatively said, hey, I don't want my name out there. They changed the default, so now that all victims' information is protected unless the victim comes and says it's okay. And so in talking to, for example, leaders in the rape response centers, they said, what are you talking about? You can't release these names. And for example, the mayor doesn't see those names. So when it comes to an uncharged suspect or a victim, unless there's a crime, those don't go beyond the need to know within the police department. Now, here's an irony, which is tragically, if a victim dies, then their name becomes public. So it's I'm just telling you what the law is, even if it makes no sense. So that is a reason why the change in the police reports has happened, is because there's been a change in the law.
On the point of clarification, Mr.
Hold on, real quick. Councilman Palencic, will
Yes,
you allow
just
Councilman
briefly.
Jones a brief
Mr. Chairman, to the law director, now you're only speaking as it relates to victims of sexual assault, is that correct? Or are we talking about, what are we actually talking about?
clarification on who you're talking about.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. The law applies to all victims. And so, again, it just got changed in the summer of last year. And so we're seeing all sorts of strange things. So, for example, my understanding is that there's litigation in Columbus right now relating to police officers who are involved, and they're suing to keep their names private under Marcy's law, under the change there. So no, it's not just sexual assault. It's any crime.
So Mr. Chairman,
Hold on, Councilman. He has the floor.
I understand.
If you need to go back on, but he allowed you a
Can you
point.
allow me to go back on, Mr.
He
Chairman?
will put you back on, but he still has the floor.
Okay, so again, everything is marked, victims' rights, victims' rights. So it's of no value to me. I can't pursue anything. I can't pursue a department unit where I'm having violence or problems because I don't know who they are. So I can't notify the property owner that this is they're creating a problem within that building for the rest of the families that are living there. I mean, I'm at a great disadvantage. So I'm just posing this to you. I'm going to ask you. I'm willing to sit down with you and the chief or the safety, where we got to figure out a way that we can better assist council members in what we're trying to do in our neighborhoods. So I'll leave it at that.
Let me try to follow up on that. We have been working with Urban AI so that we can provide the incident reports by ward. And frankly, I thought that had been done already, but I know that they are working hard. They're a good group, and they're doing their best. And look, I don't want the city sued. Councilman Palencic, I don't want you sued for releasing victims' names.
I wouldn't release any. I'm not aware of any council member directors ever released a
No, but
victim
even
name.
looking at them, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Bill, we're going to, we need to have a meeting and really drill down on this and spend some time with this, with our attorneys, you, as well as the safety director, because not only just that, you also do a lot of mediation, or you also pick up on trends in the ward. And I think council members, by virtue of doing our job, should be able to pick up on that information. But let's have that conversation in the meeting. All right, thank you.
Okay, a couple of Go ahead.
I was going to ask Prosecutor Jordan to respond to the question about the Ginn Academy issues.
And curfew violations.
So, Councilman, I must apologize. I was looking through my email and somehow I did not get that. So thank you for providing a copy. Once that gets passed down to me, I will take a look at this letter and respond to it. I did have your July letter in my email that I did respond to, so I apologize. I try to promptly respond whenever I can. In terms of curfew, as those citations are coming in, our prosecutors are litigating them in court. As we receive them, we try them just like we do any other case that comes in. So we have to wait for the citation, and then we can proceed with prosecution.
Okay, because Judge Early told me, she said, Councilman, we have a special docket. Your folks cite them, we'll deal with them. We'll get those parents in the courtroom or those guardians. That's what we need. And we need to get them in that courtroom so they have to understand they're accountable for what their kids are doing out in these neighborhoods. And so all I can stress again, please, stress to whoever within CPD, we've got to cite for curfew violations. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Councilman.
There was two left.
There's a question, Chief Comer and Chief Roberts. Do you want to address the councilman's, through the chair, address the councilman's questions regarding moving forward with housing court cases?
Yes.
Okay. To the councilman, through the chair to the councilman. Code enforcement, which is now under the leadership of Chief Roberts, is looking at various tools to enhance or increase our aggressiveness. We are in the process of prosecuting 2 receivership cases, which will be significant. As the director explained, receivership cases have their own challenges, and you have to, it can be a useful tool, we all know that, for the right property. The key is picking the right property. There's difficulty in getting receivers to come forward because there are certain legal requirements that a receiver must demonstrate to the court before they're appointed as a receiver. And one is the financial ability to abate the nuisance, and then the experience to do so. Collecting, and as you know, the work that the receiver does becomes a first lien on the property. Collecting on that lien is where the challenge becomes. If you're not able to recoup your costs, then that's going to reduce the pool of people who want to go down that avenue. In terms of
prosecution?
In terms of spot eminent domain, I don't have personally any experience with using eminent domain as a tool against nuisance abatement. The city and the law department does use eminent domain in appropriate instances for development purposes when there is a public purpose.
Well, I would hope you would look at it because Judge Bianca, on numerous occasions, mentioned it, that they felt it was a tool that needed to be explored.
Right. And over the years, I had many conversations and meetings with Judge Bianca on that, and we've talked about the advantages and the pitfalls of it. So, but I'll turn it over to Dave Roberts if he has anything that he wants to add.
Joe, he needs a mic. Okay. And about prosecutions.
So I wanted to mention on receiverships, one of the things isn't finding the receiver necessarily, but finding the money. Banks don't want to lend. It's too risky a proposition. Even though there's a super lien, they don't want to lend on something they don't know how it's going to turn out. So many successful receiverships are done by people who have the subsidy money to make the financing happen. So the court saw a lot of receiverships, but they were of that type. So you tend to get them in Ohio City where there's a neglected mansion, but somebody really wants that mansion, is going to pay the money at the end. And you can get like the Restoration Society to front them up. So receivership is good, but you've got to plan your receivership from the beginning so that you have the subsidy you need to make it happen.
Can the city of Cleveland fund the subsidy?
I would think so. You would have to go through the same process where you spend money on any project. So it would be like a community development or economic development project. You have to identify the source of the funds, follow the regulations for those funds. So that's why I think of it as something you pre-plan, and someone from community development or economic development would want to be part of it to identify what the end result is going to be.
Okay, something we need to talk about internally, Mr. Chairman. But the last thing is prosecutions. you touched on it briefly. Why is it so difficult to get these properties into court?
As I said, if you look at it from beginning to end, there can be a problem at any portion. So one of the things I wanted to mention, Director Martin, we met with her today. She said they are reorganizing the Division of Enforcement in Building and Housing. So the goal there is to make the cases get brought more readily. For my part, as code enforcement chief, I've redrafted the way we do the complaints, and I've trained the inspectors so that we're not an impediment to them. So if you show me you have the case, I'll show you how to bring it, and then we'll bring more. And then I want to give a shout out to Judge Scott. She's hard on people who don't. I'll surrender the hammer title to her. She's not let anyone go. She makes everyone comply. And so if we get them in, then we're good. So we got to bring them. We also got to force people to come to court. I'm proud of my new staff. They've embraced their role in finding out where people are so we can make sure they come to court. Because the easiest thing is for people to say, oh, I never got it. You get the summons, you drop it in a pile, you don't think about it, and then later when you're challenged, you say, I never got it. So we reach them at multiple points. We reach them through attorneys that we know that they use. We reach them at their own homes rather than just send it to their LLC statutory agent, which they may ignore, but they won't ignore if it comes to their home or a bailiff comes and brings it to their place of business.
Thank you.
So we're focusing on getting more people into court even after we file the cases. Then once they're in court, we're having success with Judge Scott.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, if I just saying, I've learned in a long time, we're all in this together. We are in this together. And either we hang together or we hang separately. And when we hang separately, we can't do anything. We can't get anything done. So, again, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I have Councilwoman Spencer, Conwell, Starr, Jones.
Okay. I'm going to keep my comment very brief. I think this has been an outstanding conversation and line of questioning. I really simply actually wish to, through our chair, extend gratitude to the department and to you, Director Griffin, for the teams. I've seen just increased appetite for creativity and risk-taking overall, and also just appreciate your personal correspondence, which has demonstrated some of the wins that the team has achieved, which I think is very enlightening for council to be able to read and understand. So I just simply wanted to recognize the increased proactivity, and specifically I also want to mention with the rail work, for example, the law department has been, no, but the collaboration and what the law department has done around rail has been, I feel, very proactive. And I think that the code enforcement work is another great example. Taking on civil cases, moving forward with that is just one example. So simply wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. We want to keep getting better.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very, very much. I'm not going to echo that with the chair with code enforcement. Do you go for ride-arounds with the council members so you can see? My neighborhood, I need a lot of help with code enforcement. I mean, you know, you got unsafe routes to schools with children going by OVV, open, vacant, vandalized houses. You have, they could end up being, you know, I don't want to speak it out into the open, but it's a risk, it's a threat for my children. And I just received a letter the other day from a young person, not a letter, he emailed me, talking about his route from home to school, because they blame it on us. If you don't execute, it's blamed on the council members. They don't know Director Griffin. It's a barrier, it's a wall with the mayor, but with Councilmember Mike Polensek or Councilmember Joe Jones or Councilmember Kevin Conwell, I get blamed for it. So I'll take you for a ride in my neighborhood so you can see, and we have to push some of this code enforcement, well, a lot of the code enforcement, because it keeps crime down also. When you see crime in the community, if we don't have good code enforcement, it shows that we don't care. And then you have shootings around the neighborhood, and if you have open, vacant, and vandalized houses, people go into the homes and they set up drug camps, the whole 9 yards, and it brings the quality of life down in the community, and the residents blame me. they blame me for that. They don't know you, but they blame me or this man right here. So I'll get your card, and we can go driving and riding around the neighborhood. And I got one more thing to say. With the misdemeanors to the chair, can you break that down by race also? How many African-American males? You know, sometime with the city prosecution, and I'm not saying you, but because I don't know, I'm making an assumption. When they send it over to the county gives them felonies, you know, because they have judicial inequality, not equality, but inequality. So when you have those kind of things going on, then a lot of times males, especially the African-American males, will get a felony, and then when he gets out, he has nowhere to go. It's hard for him to get a job. You can't get the grants, the Pell grants or the OIG grants. And then when you can't get that, you have nowhere to go. The next thing you know, Mike Polensek sending a letter to your house because you blocked in. So we have a lot of racism that's in there too. When you talk about racism, there's a health issue. That's in there also. And a lot of times it starts with the courts. So we got to figure that out when we send our people over to the, we rush to send them to the county. Do you look over it before it go? Through the chair.
So through the chair to the councilman, absolutely. One of the things our office has been really more proactive about doing is revamping the way we review our felony offenses, doing a more detailed approach. We've got a lot of pushback actually because some people have felt we've been too detailed in the type of questions we ask. The good thing is some of our prosecutors have been trained as felony prosecutors. And so we look at it through the lens of what can be proven at the felony level. For the things that need to be sent, absolutely we're sending them. But for the things that can be screened out at the lower level, we send the detectives back and say, hey, can you look into XYZ item, right? And those are right on our felony review forms. We're giving detailed lists to our detectives of additional evidence we want them to gather before we make a decision to refer something up to the county. So we're being very vigilant about that, but we're also doing that through the lens of public safety. If there's a safety risk, we're going to expedite that review. But if we have some more time to thoroughly look into something, our team is going to do that. While we may have done over 12,000 felony reviews since October, those are very, very, very detailed reviews. Where we're asking the questions. We're looking at the body camera evidence. We're looking to see if there's a glaring suppression issue. All those things go into our analysis. Obviously, I'm a black woman, right? I understand that sometimes black and brown people are disproportionately affected by this criminal justice system. We are being intentional in the prosecutor's office about looking at our implicit bias, about doing implicit bias training, about having conversations about, do you know what your implicit bias is? I joke with my staff all the time. My implicit bias is Pittsburgh. I am Cleveland through and through. Right? And so when I'm looking at these cases, I have to check my Pittsburgh bias because they're not the Cleveland Browns, right? So if I can talk to my team as the head about where's your implicit bias at, that's the same thing I expect from my team. Our detectives are now getting used to that. They've had 3 years of this, right? And so they understand that we are moving forward towards a more equitable administration of criminal justice, and we are unapologetic about it.
Good. Because, you know, being African American, I talked with you about it. We had a meeting back there. If you lock us up into that system and they rush, some prosecutors, they push for felonies, and especially for African American males. And then they're caught up into that system and they have to eat and they have to take care of their families. I'm not making excuses for it or anything like that. If you do the crime, whatever the case may be, but you got to have some kind of way that we're not caught in the system. Because when we get caught in the system, then we make other crazy crimes, and they get out of control. And when they get out of control, they get more and more felonies, and then people say, you're a bad person. But if we can stop it, it creates barriers to employment also. And the misdemeanors go with you for your life. Even if you expunge them, they're still there.
And through the chair to the councilman, we understand that. We appreciate that. But we also look at it holistically, right? We also have to understand that we will analyze a case involving a victim very differently than a case that doesn't quote unquote have a victim, right? Because often our victims are from the same community as our offender. And so we have to make sure that as we analyze these cases, we are strategically protecting victims as much as we are protecting defendants, if not more. The criminal justice system involves all of those moving parts. And so our team, again, does not rush these reviews. They take their time, they look at them, they analyze all the facts. We have ongoing training about all the facts of the cases. We just relaunched our ongoing professional development series that my team begrudgingly is like, are you serious? We're doing this for the next year? Yeah, welcome to 2024. We're going to continue our professional development so we continue to get better. We owe it to our community, we owe it to the citizens of Cleveland to be the best, to look at things discerningly, and that's what we're doing.
You know, through the chair, there's a lot of homeless minors. They're homeless, and they're sleeping in these open, vacant, and vandalized houses. You got to figure out the why a lot of times. They're sleeping in these open, vacant, vandalized homes, and they're going from house to house. And then you have some minors where the mother is in and out of jail constantly, the father is not in the household, but this young lady is trying to survive, and she's in the adult mode. She's taking care of her siblings, trying to survive. So then she goes out and do something that she shouldn't do, and she's caught up in that system. And you pull her away, and she's not there to even take care of her siblings that's there. And when she go to school, she's in the adult mode because she has to take care of. See, it's the abject poverty that in Glenville, that somebody keep mentioning Glenville all the time, that you gotta know, and you know that from walking the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Talking with my people. You see the abject poverty. You see some of the children that's in households that's too cold in the wintertime right now and too warm in the summer. And they have vermin running around in abject poverty. You see that. So when Cleveland is, here's another indicator, Cleveland is the poorest city in the nation. So poverty and being poor are directly correlated. So you got to try to seek to understand and find out, and you can't arrest your way out of this issue. And locking people up and giving them misdemeanors sometime, when they got to go and try to get a job, you are creating a barrier to employment.
All right, Councilman, can we do this? Because we got one more hour, and I got.
I'm going to wrap it up. But and you might. I respect you a lot, Michael. But just sometimes writing a letter is not the key. You got to get out there in the fabric where they're at to see what's going on, and we got to start writing legislation that deal with the poverty.
I write him a letter and ask him to meet.
And to the councilman through the chair, the other part I should have answered in responding to Councilman Casey is that sometimes those dismissals are because it's an equipment violation.
Okay.
And if they can show us they fixed the equipment violation, we dismiss it. Because we
Okay.
understand court costs start at $141, right? And so we look holistically at that, right? We, as prosecutors, are intentional about being out in our neighborhood because I want my team to know what Huff Heights look like, what Glenville looks like, what Southeast Side looks like. I want them to go to Kinsman, right? We go to all those places. In their interview process, we ask them, how comfortable are you being in the city of Cleveland? How comfortable are you with diverse populations, East Side, West Side? Because I'm intentional about that, right? We have to be. Your prosecutor has to be responsive to all of the citizens and understand where you're coming from. So I appreciate those questions. I appreciate Councilwoman House Jones, who's not here, when she asked, can we get to the why? I watch
There
your
you go.
council
That's what I'm
meetings.
talking about, the why.
I understand when she talks about, can we get to the why?
It's the why.
We look at that.
Mike is my brother. That's my cat. I've been with him here for a long time. But I'm talking a long time. But I'm talking about the why. That's important.
And that,
when you walk in the neighborhood.
that comes back to the equitable administration of criminal justice. We have to also look at the why, and we do that here in Cleveland.
All right. I'm cool beans.
Okay.
Sorry, Council President.
Once again, I mean, and I really want to be, I really try to exercise patience, but we do have a regular council meeting at 7 o'clock. And I got 2 more people on this, and then we still have finance. And it's been unfair because finance has been here all day. It's a little bit after 6.
So they can get out of here.
Councilman Starr, and then Jones had a follow-up.
No,
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll
Go
be
ahead.
real brief, Council President, because you didn't feed me dinner. You only gave me that lunch. I thought we was going to work on that this year. You know, no, my question, I definitely would want to just get a clear understanding how law play or the role they play in demolition. Like, have we revisit or looked at the role that law plays in demolition? We know that we get people from out of town, obviously buy property, then they got it in this LLC, then it switches back over, then the building and housing. Can you just, from the law perspective, from through the chair, explains the process of the demolition and what the law does to be able to get things in place so we can be able to get some of these buildings knocked down for these nuisance properties?
I'm going to defer to Chief Comer for some of this, but through the chair. A year ago, we were trying to make sure that we had cleared up our demolition backlog because there was state money that was expiring. And so we had, there was a backlog of, I believe, 300 demolition cases that if we didn't get them all done or approved by the end of September of 2022, we would lose that state money. So at that time, working with Chief Comer, we got all of those files. We expedited review. And a year ago, what was happening was that there would be a back and forth between building and housing and code enforcement, and sometimes a file would get bounced back and forth. So because we were trying to make sure we had that money, Chief Comer's attorneys sat down with building and housing right there, and they went through every file individually so that those all got approved and processed. And I believe that they've gone to the land bank for demolition or to a third party. But I'm going to let Chief Comer talk more broadly about how demolition works, how we get the files, and what we can do.
Through the chair to the councilman. When building and housing condemns a property, they give the property, they serve the notice, the condemnation notice to the property owner, and they give them 30 days to correct the violations, abate the nuisance, or a right to appeal. More often than not, the owners do not file appeals of the notices, and so after the 30 days have expired, then the building department will prepare a file and submit it to the law department for review. We conduct a legal review to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, because part of our role is to protect the interests of the city. We don't want to be sued for wrongful demolition, so we review these files very carefully to make sure that proper notice has been provided, that they have been afforded their due process rights. If the violations still exist and the file meets the requirements, we have evidence of notice, we have photos, we have the condemnation is posted and photo on the premises, then we will return it with an approval. Now, going back to the analogy Director Griffin used earlier in the presentation, it's difficult to measure how many thousands of dollars that we have saved the city in wrongful demolition claims by conducting the review that we do. We understand and we appreciate the urgency of getting the property down, because it is an eyesore. It is, it brings down the community. We have people who live adjacent to these properties, but we also have to be cognizant of all of the legal requirements. And so we do a very diligent review. We work with building and housing and on a priority basis for the grant funds that the director alluded to. We did work very closely with them to make sure all of those files were reviewed in a timely manner so that those funds could be taken advantage of. And it's my understanding that there's a new round of funds, and so under the leadership of Chief Roberts now, I'm certain that they will continue with the same diligent level of review to protect the interests of the city, but also to protect our community, because no one wants these derelict properties in their neighborhood.
Yep, and I think that is great, because I look at, my neighborhood, there's been buildings that's been vacant since The dean got elected on office here since the 70s, all right? But it's like properties like on 71st and Central. You know, I was looking at some of my emails that I was getting from residents over the holiday, and they're like, hey, this building has been broken down. It's sitting on acres of land. And it was an old McDowell building that was, you know, they used to have job opportunities and pushing papers in different factories, and it's just been sitting there. And so, you know, you ride by, your resident telling you there's a door open. Now they want me to go get my tools and secure the door. But I'm like, we do that over and over, and that should be something that we need to be preparing ways to get it to come down or open it for site readiness for us to possibly do some development, because I have, and based on grass cutting, they told me that I have the most vacant lots there is in the city of Cleveland. But I have a whole bunch of properties that are just out here, just became nuisance. So kids walking in the neighborhood. If you understand my neighborhood, we have a lot of different crime, a lot of different people living in poverty in our city, in my ward, and I represent them. But it's like, how do we get this from being this way? You know, the system that was put in place, where it's like we put vast majority of poor people in one neighborhood, is not working. You know, people becoming stagnant. They're not trying to see their self out, and it's so hard to get out because you don't have that many opportunities. So when I look at demolition and I look at law and I look at these problems, I'm like, how do y'all work together to fix this or help us? But I definitely would love to do a tour. I know building housing is a whole different subject, but we need inspectors to be able to get out there to help us get these properties done. And I'm interested to see what the budget looks like for this upcoming year, because that is a big, big, big issue. These properties, and just trying to figure out how do we work together, and how law can help building a house and demolition team, Ms. Thompson and her team, to be able to do what they can. And that's all I had, Chair.
Through the council, through the chairs of the councilman, just wanted to add an additional context, slightly less related, but I think it's important to understand in terms of how law works with other departments just in general, but in this particular context. So one of the things that we also did this past year was worked with the demolition team with respect to policies and procedures, and so not just making sure the I's are dotted and T's are crossed on the back end when it's time to, tear down that property, but also, but also on the front end, in terms of how are we selecting the businesses that are going to do the demolitions, right? Making sure that those businesses aren't just, family members all collecting dollars at the same time. How do we make sure that how we spend our money is also done in an equitable way? So me and my team met with the demolition team several times throughout the year to help them work through that process of figuring that out. So another context in terms of how law is working with other departments too. We're doing the same thing with economic development and other departments as well.
Yep, and I think that's great. And a major shout out to Director Griffin for telling me that how we can adjust the casino usage that I'm looking to introduce this year and get the support that we need so we can spend the money the way we should. But thank you, and I yell.
Councilman Conwell had one point to follow up, and then Councilman Bishop has closing remark. Go ahead.
I can respect prevention, but sometimes it's a glitch there. And here's the thing. When we in our meetings, as I mentioned earlier, they jumping on us. That man Mike Palencia, Councilmember Mike Palencia, Councilmember Blaine Griffin, Councilmember Starr, they're pointing. I understand the prevention part, but when you put in for it over and over and over again and it's not done, that's inefficiency. So then the residents get upset with us. The mayor comes out there and guess what they do with him? They take a picture with him. But they do. I'm telling the truth. But when they don't know it's you. because they don't understand the process, and it's not fair for them to try to figure it out anyway. They just know it's not being done, and they know they sent Councilman Starr, Conwell, and Councilmember Blaine Griffin down to get the job done. However, it's an administration function, but they blame it on us. A lady just blamed me for 2 houses on Thursday. And why these houses been up there. I put it in over again and again and again. And I'm gonna say this, and then I yield, because we gonna get to finance. Whenever I put in for something, that's money. When my assistant calls, that's money. When your person work, that's money. They could be doing something else. That's inefficiency, and you wasting taxpayers' dollars. You gotta hit it one time. You have to touch the paper one time. You push it, and we gotta move forward to try to get it done. I get the prevention, which saves money, but on the other hand, you're losing money by being inefficient, and you're getting me beat up twice, like last Thursday.
Through the chair, I think some of this is about communication, and as Councilman Jones asked for, we will get you all of our direct dial numbers so that we want to hear these things. If you have houses, Dave wants to hear them. Chief Cole?
Reach out to him.
Yep.
Sorry for pointing, but I've been getting beat up for years and years and years on that.
No, we want to hear these things.
All right, Councilman Bishop, you have closing remarks.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be really brief. I want to just echo what some of my colleagues have said about some of the stories. And I want to tell a little story I just had. Last week, a lady called my office and named 3 council members prior to me. They never, ever let my street get this icy before, Councilman. Why is my street this icy? Just this last snowstorm, why is my street this icy? All the other councilmen have been able to get our street clean in a timely manner. So I just want to echo with some of the things that we hear on a daily basis. But I really want to commend you, Director, for your every time I've called you, you have always returned my call in a efficient manner, and you've taken care of everything that I've had issues with. And I just want to thank you for all of my residents in Ward 2. I just want to thank you. You and your team, and thank you for being here. You got a great team, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Bishop. And Director, thank you for your time and patience today. And I will be down to the Law Department with my Save Rhonda Curtis sign, all right? Thank you, guys. Take it easy, okay?
Thank you.
Got to say Ryan Curtis.
All right, Finance, I think y'all looked up. Mr. Gentile.
I should have gone with you and the Rams first, so I apologize.
That's why I was saying, because they usually are quick to get through.
And here's the thing. Just, I respect your decision. This is your house, so whatever.
We got it. We can
It don't matter.
I'm going to ask the council members that are still here if they could come to this side of the table. Councilman Harsh and a couple of other ones, can you guys come to this side of the table? Because I want to make sure that we show the utmost respect and courtesy for the finance folks. Mr. Gentile, tell us who you and Mr. Hartley and Ms. Moss have at the table with us today. All right.
To the chair and the committee members, we're going to start off with the Division of Accounts, Anya Moss-Walker. We have a brief presentation. We're going to keep it very brief based on the time. So we'll click through this. Basically, it's going to give you some demographics in our org charts. And so what we're going to do is let's start with the, where's our clicker? Click the clicker.
And just for us, council people, we're going to go directly over to the chambers after this. We only have 3 pieces of legislation. That's why we wanted to get the operational out today. So as soon as we finish here, we're going across the hall to convene the meeting. Please proceed.
Okay, we have 12 divisions in finance. They're listed on the board. Everybody's pretty much familiar with those ones. Next page. Next page, we just wanted to give a demographic breakout. We're a very diverse workforce in the Department of Finance. We take that seriously. So we have a breakdown, male, female, and the ethnicity of each of in total in the finance department. So we've got a pretty diverse mixed group, male, female, and across different races. So click to the next, and then we're going to start with accounts. Each division is going to give a brief overview, and then they're going to talk about some of their accomplishments. And then we're just going to keep going from the division to division, but this is Lanya Moss-Walker, the Commissioner of the Division of Accounts.
Boss Moss, please proceed.
Good evening. The Division of Accounts responsibilities are central payroll. We process payroll, we process pension, deferred compensation, we do process separation vouchers, garnishments, supplements, and W-2s. And the accounts payable section is where we pay everyone citywide. We process reimbursements, mileage, travel, vendor payments, 1099s. We just ensure that the payments we receive from the department's divisions are processed correctly and timely. We also house all the contracts. The metrics that we have here is basically we process over 20,000 checks a year. We have 2 check runs, Tuesdays and Thursdays. The processing time for our payments, we try to process them within 7-10 days. That means coming in our department and getting them out. As long as we don't have any issues, that's why we have 7 to 10 days. Also, our processing time for our separation vouchers for people who leave the city, retire, it's a process. So it takes between 12 weeks because you have to go through different departments and divisions. We're just trying to streamline and do things a little quicker as long as we have a fully staffed division. Nonetheless, our contracts, we process at least 500 to 600 contracts a year. Also, our contracts are tracked through the division from the date they're received to the date they leave accounts and then the date they execute. Basically, I'm the money lady, and that's basically in the division of accounts. Do anyone have any questions or concerns?
Are there any questions for Commissioner Moss with the Division of Accounts?
Mr. Chairman, just briefly.
Yes, Councilman Pelisi.
Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleague, who handles EMS billing? What section?
From the chair to the councilperson. Right now, that's in risk management.
So that's going to be up in here. Okay.
Yes, for Merrill.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moss. Keep up the great work. I know that you keep the process moving down there.
Thank you
so much.
All right.
All right, next
Okay,
up.
next at the table is going to be Dedrick Stevens. He's the Commissioner of License and Assessments. Oops, wrong way.
That you're right about that. All right, please proceed.
Okay, Dedrick.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. The Division of Assessments and Licenses have 6 units, and I'm just going to give some operational highlights on each unit. For our licenses and permits unit, we processed 12,900 permits last year, bringing in $1.8 million. For our excise tax administration section, we administer 5 different excise taxes, bringing in revenues of over $48.8 million in 2023. For our assessments section, we're a major part of getting in the revenues for 5 special improvement districts. We have 2,669 properties that we're responsible for managing the billing for. Last year, we brought in $7.58 million collected for the SIDS, and we expect to add 2 or renew 3 more special improvement districts in 2024. There are also 9 special energy projects. Last year, we certified $965,000 to the county for collections, and we expect at least 2 more to be added in 2024. We also have a city service billing center, which has 5 major which performs 5 different billing services. Last year, we processed over 22,400 work requests, including 6,800 invoices, and brought in over $4.27 million. And we also have our Bureau of Weights and Measures, and we went out and performed over 7,478 inspections at places all throughout the city, such as supermarkets, parking facilities, gas stations, car washes at the airports, at each of the marinas, laundromats, salvage yards, and convenience stores. And we also have our fiscal and administration section, and their job is to make sure that we account for the monies of the city correctly. Make sure Mr. Controller is happy, and to focus on our efforts by, taking a look at budget actuals and make sure that we course correct relatively early.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump to Councilman Harsh, and then I do have something that I want to ask, but Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not entirely sure if I'm addressing this question at the right time to the right person, but I think it should be in the Finance Department. I'm just curious through the chair to the assistant director. Do you know how many loans the city forgave, or the dollar amount in forgiven loans the city approved last year?
Through the chair to the council person, that would probably come out of CD and ED because
Sure.
they usually do those, so we can get you that information. I don't have that here, but we can contact them and we will get you information.
So through the chair, for my own clarity then, so when those loans are made through economic development or community development, does the collection of those loans then fall to their responsibility, or does it go to the Finance Department to collect on them?
To the chair to the council person, it usually will go to the law department and then ultimately mostly to our collection agent. We have an outside collection agent, and then they will pursue the delinquent loans. And then at some point when they say you're not going to collect is when we write them off. And we'll get a letter from the collection agency.
Okay, so through the chair, the decision to turn a loan from collections to dismissal or being written off is a decision made at the law department?
To the chair of the council person, statutorily, the law department has that responsibility.
Right.
However, they have a collector.
Right.
So the collector will send a letter because they're collecting on behalf of the law director. We have a professional collection firm, and they'll send a letter saying we pursued this. They don't have assets.
I'm sorry, through the chair, when the city decides not to collect on a loan because we're going to we passed legislation allowing us to turn loans into grants.
Okay.
And transfer what would have been a collectible loan into a gift grant. And I'm trying to figure out how we figure out how many loans were turned into grants.
To the chair of the council person, we will work with ED and CD and get you the number of those.
Okay, so it's a number that I could ask from you, but isn't available right now?
Through the chair of the council person, we'll have to consult with ED and CD. I don't have those numbers, but we'll definitely get with them and provide you an answer.
Through the chair, that's what I would like to figure out.
Sure, thank you.
Okay,
thanks.
Councilman Polensek.
Again, to the commissioner, you have nothing to do with EMS billing at all, do you?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Division Councilwoman Spencer?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a brief comment. Just wanting to thank the director and his team, and specifically Assistant Director Talton has been very helpful to my office this year, and please extend our gratitude.
And just to piggyback off of that, I think Ms. Talton, Assistant Director Talton, has been very helpful. I do want to sit down and think through a little bit more about the vendors, because there's been a lot of slick stuff that some of these vendors do. Like I had a vendor that wants to buy up like 25 corners in the Fairfax area so that they can pretty much knock out all the competition. Then I have other vendors that all want to hopscotch on different things. So she's been helpful in helping me figure that out, but I want to get some early detection signs on that if we could, okay?
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you so much. Next up is internal audit. Ms. Brandt.
Yes, next up is internal, to the chair of the committee members, next up is Natasha Brandt, the manager of internal audit.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brandt.
Hello.
All right, please proceed.
The Bureau of Internal Audit's role within the city is to help various divisions and departments achieve their financial and operational goals. This is accomplished through conducting audits, providing consultations, and implementing reviews. Internal audit is currently comprised of the manager, the deputy, Goran Vahovic, one senior internal auditor, Tamar Jensen, two auditors, Angelina Lagunzid and Ann Fox, and during the summer months, we had 3 interns this year in 2023. We have PRs currently to hire senior internal auditors, a staff auditor, and a project specialist, and we hope within the next 3 months to add those 3 positions to our staff. Every year, we continuously monitor and audit the areas of payroll, inventory, petty cash, and purchasing during 2023 internal audit's time was also devoted to reviewing payroll at various levels, completing retro pay calculations, and reviewing CBA rate schedules. Internal audit also reviews credit card documentation monthly. Internal audit is continuing to explore our audit management software, which is a cloud-based software that allows our auditors to work from any location. The software has been used to automate reporting results, collect survey answers for related party questionnaires, and create work papers with proper reviews and sign-offs. Also, as manager of internal audit, I serve on behalf of the mayor as the audit committee chair for the Cleveland Municipal School District. I'd like to thank all the divisions and departments with whom we've worked. Many have reached out for assistance, and they've all been open to our suggested changes and implementation of proper controls. I'd also like to thank my staff for their hard work and dedication to their jobs and improving the city's operations.
Thank you. All right, any questions for internal audit? Any questions for internal audit? This is one of those departments that really I think everybody should become familiar with. They are the watchdog to make sure that we don't have any impropriety or anything else. I've always come to appreciate the work that Ms. Brandt does, but one of those hidden departments that really keeps the city on solid ground. So,
Mr. Chairman, just a brief
Councilman Polinsky.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief question. You mentioned the Cleveland Public Schools. Just elaborate on that a moment.
I serve on behalf of the mayor as on their audit committee, so which is liaison between the school board and the auditor state.
So you don't do the audit?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
You do the audit in the, but you do the audit in the city, all right?
Yes.
You do the audit with us.
Yes.
And how often do you do the audit?
Well, our department division, through the council president, through the council member, we conduct various audits, majority around payroll, just because that's more than 70% of the city's expense.
So with payroll, you looking for what in payroll?
We're looking for anomalies. Every pay period, we look at anyone who is, making more than 80 hours of regular time. We look for anybody making over 5,000, whether their actual pay base allows them to work over 8 or 5,000 as far as pay base, or whether, overtime, how much overtime they're earning, whether they're, we're looking at over 7,500 paychecks every pay period, so we're looking for outliers.
Yeah, that's a subtle way of stealing. You know what? Through the chair to Councilmember Mike Polinsky, I like that what you're doing. Because I remember, you remember with the firefighters, they had that issue and how they were, you know the story,
Yes,
right?
it's back 2010, 2011 with the fire trades.
Right. Because you look at trends. You studying trends.
Yes.
And you see trends will tell you a story. And if that trend is an outlier, then you're looking elsewhere to seek what's going on. And you could do a lot of theft and in payroll.
We try to locate as much as we can.
Do you guys, when you do auditing, you doing fiscal, or do you audit also inventory and things like that?
We do a
Chair.
risk assessment, and we do go out and do physical counts of inventory.
Yeah, okay, then you do it. That's good. Because that's an asset also.
Yes.
And that's money. Okay, good.
All right, seeing no other questions for internal audit, thank you, Ms. Brandt.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Gentile.
Next up is Central Collection Agency, Kevin Preslin, Tax Administrator.
All right, please proceed.
I'm good to him right now.
Thank you.
Hope you paid your taxes.
CCA is responsible for the administration of municipal income taxes for Cleveland and approximately 3 dozen municipalities across the state. Internally, our areas are focused on collections, taxpayer assistance, audit, compliance, record retention, and legal, and we also have various other support services within the division. We do everything from providing in-person and over-the-phone taxpayer assistance, auditing returns, processing payments through mail, in-person, e-file, ACH, Ohio Business Gateway. We process refund requests, reconcile employer withholder accounts, and conduct various compliance and delinquency programs to make sure that as many taxpayers as possible are compliant. Two of our recent accomplishments have been the launch of our e-file application, which was rolled out at the beginning of last year. We're continuing to make continuous improvements to that as we go into the new filing season. In addition, through approval from council last year, working with the Ohio Attorney General to help us with various delinquency accounts, and to date, they have collected over $150,000 for the city of Cleveland since July of last year, and we're continuing to provide them with more accounts and to collect on our behalf. And any questions anyone may have, be happy to answer.
All right, do we have any questions for CCA?
How's Nathan Lynch doing? Anybody talk to him?
To the chair of the council person, I think he's doing okay still.
Yeah.
He's enjoying retirement.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. President, appreciate it. You got a question to ask, Mr. President? Go ahead, Councilman.
With the taxes, with people staying home, where do you think that's headed? That it's going to be more trouble in the long run? Let's say, for example, someone live in Beechwood, but their business is still in Cleveland, but this payroll person, this employee is working from home.
Through the chair to the councilman, I would predict that our high point was probably, in terms of work from home, was 2020, 2021. We have seen it level off a little bit and more people returning to the office. So while it's more people working from home now as opposed to pre-pandemic, I think we're in a more predictable and constant status as it relates to that, so that it's stuff that we can project and work around moving forward.
I see that. And do you see through the chair any issues and concerns that's coming our way that will affect the taxes? You see any changes in state government or in the private sector through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, there's always the threat of the state getting involved in terms of centralized collection or stuff like that, but there's nothing pending that we're aware of, and it's something that we're always monitoring. So other than that, constant concern, nothing that would raise any eyebrows from my perspective.
All right, thank you, because you guys are always looking for that, right? What might come and
Yeah.
hurt us in the long run.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, Mr. Gentile, bring up the next one.
Next one is financial reporting control, which is my division, James Gentiles, CPA, city controller. So my division's responsible for reporting for the city. We do monthly reporting. We do the annual ACFR report. We coordinate the audit with the external auditors that come in. Internal audit also helps in that function. So the state auditors actually started today auditing last year's books. They'll be around, we'll get in their opinion right around the beginning of June. We also reconcile bank accounts. We do advantage training on the accounting system. We do the security for the accounting system. We do miscellaneous entries like we get when we get property tax in, other accounting functions that come through my office, some revenue collection, tax, property tax collection, and several other areas that kind of don't fit anywhere else. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Just one question that I have, grant manager, do they monitor all of the grants that we get from like the health department, the community development block grant? How do they make sure that they know the different myriad of compliance issues and everything else?
Yeah, through the chair of the committee. This is a new position. We actually started it last year, but it was in finance admin. We had a gentleman work about 6 or 8 months. He was doing a great job. He decided to work for the state, so we just recently filled this. It's been moved under my office. So yes, they're the compliance office for all grants. So what he's doing right now is he's looking at all the grant agreements, coming up with compliance for each of these. When reports are due, he's reaching out to all the grant owners. He's meeting with the grant owners. So he's going to build a comprehensive framework for what's all the compliance, are people meeting their grant compliance. So he's actually started working on it. He's been here about a month so far. But he's working on all that work right now.
So we won't do a deep dive or oversight on it today, but at some point in time, I would like to schedule for him to come and do a presentation.
Sure.
Because I know in the past, we've had the health department, we have other grants that we've had that's been, quite frankly, in place, and then we find out 2 or 3 years later that we were out of compliance, and then people want to claw back and do other things like that.
Yeah, to the chair of the committee members, yeah, he's making a lot of progress. He's looking at some things that people might be slightly behind on. He's already making some headway with some of these departments, so
We're looking forward
this
to
is going to be a really good position for the city to have. Because we get on an annual basis, just in federal loan, we get around $60 million. We get other grants as well, not counting ARPA. This is a normal.
Okay.
But yeah, I will definitely put something together in the near future once he gets a little bit further along.
All right, got it.
Is it,
Councilman, you have the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. You're talking like we have one person, or is there a department, or you have one person through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair of the councilman. Each department has a lot of grant people, so they manage their own grants. This is kind of a oversight of the grant managers citywide. Because kind of they're out and about doing stuff. So now we have one person that's kind of overarching over all the departments. So he's also going to make sure, that people are filing the reports when they say. So he's coming up with a schedule for each of these grants, and he's going to say, when you send this report in, CC me, so we know that it happens. Because again, to the council president's point, we've missed some of these in the past, and they become problematic. So we're hoping once he builds this entire program that we won't miss these again.
Yeah, because if you have a good grant, the outcomes, like a good evaluation process, it can help us to receive more dollars, or you could sell a good evaluation.
Yeah, and we're starting off with one person, and if this works out good, we may expand this for a couple of additional people to work with him. But we're kind of just getting our headway into overall grant management.
He's going to need some help. You need at least maybe 2 to 3 people
Yeah,
there.
that's why he's in my office right now to the council person through the chair. We have some people that kind of do some legwork on some other things, and we feed it to him. But eventually, once we get this underway, we may add a person or two to assist him to kind of spread it out. We're trying to just build a framework, and then we're going to, once we have a framework and jobs for all these people to do, we'll add on.
Okay.
To the chair, thank you, Mr. Gentile.
All right, seeing no other questions regarding FRC, we'll bring up information technology.
So I think joining me is going to be Kim Roy Wilson, the Commissioner of IT, and also Assistant Commissioner Larry Jones.
Welcome. How both of you guys?
Good evening.
All right, please proceed.
Good evening. The Division of Information Technology and Services.
Please talk to the microphone so that everybody can hear you.
Good evening. The Division of Information Technology and Services mission is to promote, develop, enhance, and substantiate the City of Cleveland's government services and community programs through effective use of technology, information systems, digital and mobility devices, and modern and innovative solutions. The ITS mission and services is to partner with all the areas of the Cleveland government to provide technology planning, acquisition, application, and system development, testing and deployment, automation, system integration, network and cybersecurity, training, and ongoing support and technical services, inclusive of telecom and video communications and networking infrastructure. There is about 4 programs in the city, in the technology division, one of which is applications, which also includes network and computing services, technical support services, telecommunication delivery services, and program management services. And with that, I will take questions.
All right, thank you. A couple of things, and one of the things that we'll be doing is operational oversight throughout the year, so it may be times throughout the year that we bring people back, because I know that this is something very important to us, and so I'm just going to keep my line of questioning limited, because we do have to start council meeting in the very near future. How do we make sure that we don't get hacked? I've been seeing a lot more cases of us being hacked. And then the second question that I have is, how are we addressing this rise in AI and ChatGPT and other things that can potentially jeopardize our systems? How do we make sure that we have protections in place? And do we have somebody on the staff that's looking at these things, or how are we looking at that?
So, to the chair, yes, we actually do have, I have a deputy commissioner who oversees our cybersecurity area, and we've also recently hired a chief of, well, I won't say chief, but cybersecurity architect, and he's expected to onboard in the next 30 days. In terms of cybersecurity and how do we prevent that, I would prefer if we could talk offline more specifically when it comes to cybersecurity, but we do have the necessary tools in place that we consistently put in and monitor. We also have consulting services that also provide services for us externally, but I could talk more specifically if you'd like offline.
Yes, if we could. could, because with the threats that we're seeing globally and locally, more and
Absolutely.
more governments, every day that I wake up, governments are being hacked and very sensitive, valuable information is being done. So we want to make sure that we have an appropriate investment and infrastructure in place to deal with that. So we'll
Absolutely.
bring and have those conversations, and you, as what should be public and what shouldn't be public, those are conversations we'll follow up.
I will speak
sure.
to your AI question. So we are in the process of, right now, a lot of our AI, and Larry can speak to some of it, is coming built in with some of our current solutions. But in terms of creating our own AI solutions, we are potentially looking at chatbots, which are AI powered driven for our websites. And we are going to be looking at some internal use cases as well, that as we begin to develop, including our help desk area, potentially looking at how we can also develop a chatbot for self-service portals using AI for our help desk as well. But Larry could also speak to some of the AI we're doing with our cameras.
Mr. Jones.
Through the chair to the council members, one of the things we did with AI as it relates to our camera system is centered around our maintenance program. So previously, we had individuals who had to actually check each camera individually. And we're talking probably approximately over 2,500 cameras that person was checking. We've now since implemented an AI tool that actually checks that camera 3 times a day. So it uses learned behavior. So it knows what a good camera image is. It will actually check those cameras and then send us a report back saying, hey, I think this image is blurry, and it allows us to go back in and rate it. Once we rate it, it improves its learning capability, so it knows that that's just snow on the ground. You know, this still is a clean image. So we've explored that, and as the commissioner mentioned, a lot of the applications we're using today actually have built-in analytics that we're also starting to take advantage of.
Thank you. Councilman Polinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, and to whoever can respond. We're going to ask for a presentation to come before the Safety Committee to get updated on the cameras, where they're presently at, the issue with the infrastructure. We know there's some areas of the city that do not have the infrastructure, so we can have the cameras. We'd like to know what areas of the city that is where that infrastructure is lacking. But we also, as it pertains to the license plate readers, we want to know what the status is of that as well. So we're going to be requesting, so I'm giving you advance warning, we want, council wants more cameras up. We want more cameras up in our neighborhoods. That's something that we're adamant about. And we want to make sure they're all working. And then between the cameras, the license plate readers, we're going to have a discussion about ShotSpotter. These are all additional tools that we need to combat crime activity and criminal activity in our neighborhoods. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions for Councilman Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. I just want to say thank you, Commissioner. And to Mr. Jones, is there a mechanism with our camera system where so if a camera goes offline, is this not functioning correctly, will you get a notification up that right away, or is it going to be like a trial and error?
Through the chair to the council member, so that AI technology I was speaking of actually sends us an alert immediately. So
okay.
I've received 3 to 4 emails a day based on the system completing its checks and telling us what's up, what's down, what it has questions about. So this has tremendously improved our monitoring capability and also helped us manage our maintenance contract a lot better. I can now point my vendor in the areas that need to be addressed immediately. So we've stretched out those dollars with maintenance as well.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions for IT. Appreciate you guys, and we'll bring up the next group, which says OBM, Office of Budget and Management.
And we have the Budget Administrator, Nicole Gallagher, who is taking over for Greg Cordick.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher.
Larry.
Good
Please
evening.
proceed. Good evening.
Okay, the Office of Budget and Management is responsible for the development of the mayor's estimate and the budget book, adopting a balanced budget in which expenditures do not exceed estimated resources as certified by the county. We're also responsible for monitoring and projecting financial performance of city departments. We project expenses and revenues for all the annually appropriated funds and divisions within those funds on a monthly basis, and we present this to the finance director. We're also responsible for the monitoring of capital funds, Grant compliance, we make sure the legislation and the grant agreements are received, and we set up the grant programs in advantage. We also conduct annual budget training for all city fiscal personnel that have a role in their respective division to prepare the budget, and we're also responsible for the balancing of the budget at the end of the year. Currently on staff, we have a budget administrator, that is me. I currently oversee the budgets for CRB, City Planning, OPIO, and the Department of Public Works. We have in the budget 2 deputy budget administrators. One is Tina Magistro, who's responsible for the capital budgeting side. One is vacant. We have 1 senior budget and management analyst, that is Joanna Henderson. She oversees the budgets for the Department of Public Safety, Civil Service, Aging, HR, Law, and ED. We have 2 budget and management analysts. They're responsible for Dan Hinkle. He's responsible for landmarks, building standards, zoning, urban AI, sustainability, CD, and the Department of Finance. Michelle Reese is responsible for courts, the Department of Health, OEO, MOCAP, Mayor's Office, and Council. We have 2 project specialists, one, Carter Van Fossen. He came to us from the fellowship program, and he is responsible for building and housing, non-departmental, internal service funds, utilities, airport, and streets. Our other project specialist will be starting in a couple weeks, and he will be working primarily with Tina on the capital side. I'm available for any questions.
All right, do we have any questions for OBM?
I have a question for Mr. Gentile.
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Listening to OBM, I was thinking, you're showing us the finance book, which is comprised of, I think, really 4 things: people, which is human resource, equipment, supplies, and money. That's the 4 things. That's it, all of that. Now, here's a question. I think, matter of fact, I kind of know the answer. Each department have an accounting, like where they actually do accounting instead of just finance. They have accounting that we never even talk about on city council. It never even comes to us. But I don't know, what do you call that? Where you do your debits and credits, your T accounts, your transfers? Because you can do transfers in the department.
Right. Yeah, through the chair of the council person. Yeah, each division and department have accounting people. So you're exactly correct. They do debits, credits, and stuff. We they report to the directors, but we give accounting guidance. So if there's any questions, comments, or ideas, they'll share them with us. We review all their entries. They could funnel through my office. But yes, each department division does have accounting people that do debits, credits, entries throughout the city. And when you get to the bigger ones, like utilities, airports, they have quite a few people that do all this stuff.
Because you guys had that too in community relations, right?
Yeah, he's.
Oh, you went through.
She taught me everything I know about budget.
I got no questions.
You're in good hands.
Yeah, I kind of figured when you were narrating, it just came to me, the debits and credits, and you had it in the departments. We'll move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. No more, since seeing no more questions about budget management, thank you so much. Next is printing and reproduction.
So I'm joined by Scott Loomis, who's the assistant commissioner. The commissioner's out today, so Scott Loomis will join us, go through some brief highlights, and then take questions.
Good evening. Through the chair to the council, Division of Printing is a full-service organization that can assume undivided responsibility for complex jobs from design, concept, to delivery. We also are a secure facility routinely entrusted with highly confidential documents. Printing's sustainability initiatives have yielded continuous improvements and cost savings. Comprehensive safety measures have resulted in a no work-related injury during the past decade. During 2023, the Division of Printing was responsible for completing over 1,900 jobs, customers assigned, producing nearly 6 million impressions, and processing 1.2 pieces of mail from city departments. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for printing and reproduction?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Palencia.
I just want to add this. I think anything that is printed, I want to make this, I'm pretty adamant on this, anything that is printed on behalf of the city, any brochures, pamphlets, documents, should always bear the council seal on it as well. I am adamant about that. That's how it was in the day.
Yeah.
The council seal was on everything, and I just want to make that clear through the chair that it's been removed. I don't know why it's been removed.
Yeah,
You
and I'm not
ordered
sure
it to be removed, but that council seal, that should be on everything that goes out on official city brochures, pamphlets, documents.
And we've had that conversation in the past, and be honest with you, we want to make sure that we get some guarantees, or we're going to have some real challenges getting this part of the budget done this time, because Councilman Polensek is right. This is a partnership, and both the council seal and the city seal should be on there. You know, that's something that we're past the point of requesting. Is to the point now that we're demanding that that be done in order for us to consider this budget, okay?
Yeah, to the chair of the council people, I will talk to communications.
Appreciate it, and you could also talk to our communications team.
Sure.
And we'll make sure that if we need to establish a protocol or whatever we need to do, that we'll do that. But this year, we're going to be a lot more strict on that because to the points that were made earlier, sometimes things pass and people act as if council had nothing to do with it. And we need to make sure that we have both bodies represented, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Loomis? Thank you so much for your work, Mr. Loomis. All right, Ms. Johnson, purchasing supplies. Please proceed.
Council Chair, to the council members, the Division of Purchasing and Supplies is the designated central procurement office for all of City of Cleveland. All competitive bids are processed through this office, as well as citywide requirement contracts, the preparation of border control recommendations, approval of petty cash requisitions, disposal of surplus properties. In 2023, the division's focus was to complete the implementation of the OpenGov system. The OpenGov system is a software as a service designed to provide centralized request for proposal end-to-end workflow automation throughout the city. OpenGov will allow vendors to electronically propose on professional services, as well as send out automatic notifications to registered vendors when opportunities become available. I welcome any questions.
Your department is one of the most important departments in the city of Cleveland. You know, you're aware of that, right?
Council Chair, absolutely.
Right. You hold the purse strings for the money. So is there a storekeeper in there, or who's got to get into purchasing and procurement? You know, like when you order, you look at quality, service, and cost.
Absolutely, Council. So what we actually do, we have buyers as well as myself. I'm included in that. I do. I actually act as a buyer as well. And what we do is we ensure that by the codified ordinances and legislation, we purchase based off lowest and best or lowest and responsible.
Lowest and best.
Or lowest and responsible.
I got you.
And
sir, are you?
And hopefully Cleveland-based businesses too.
Council Chair, absolutely.
Thank
yes.
you.
Do you reach out to, when you finish, Councilman?
Yes.
You reach out to minorities to bring them in, to teach them how to purchase from you?
Council Chair, yes, we have open house every first Tuesday of the month with the Office of Equal Opportunity, and that's our focus, to have a one-stop stop. So minority vendors can actually come in and learn about purchasing and supplies, as well as the Office of Equal Opportunity.
May I get a point on that, Chair?
Point.
Thank you. Just to point on that, so glad to hear that. How well attended are they? How's outreach, and do you think there could be additional interest in the future?
Council Chair, to the council person, we actually, every first Tuesday of the month, we do have vendors that apply, and they actually come down. You can actually register to have the class be a Zoom, or you can physically come down to the Division of Purchasing and Supplies. We actually had a smaller number during COVID, but since COVID has let up over the last year or so, we've actually had people definitely come and attend.
I have one last question. You had a question? I have one last question. We move forward. With your purchasing orders, I have a question on this. Let's say, for example, you ordered 5 chairs, but you only got 4. And you got a lot of orders like that dealing with buying toiletry, whatever the case may be. Do you guys audit that so we make sure we get our money back? Or you audit it to make sure that the check is smaller because of your purchasing order?
So, Council Chair, to the council person. So the Division of Purchasing and Supplies actually issues the purchase order, and we absolutely take a look at it on when it's issued. We work with the Division of Accounts, so when they get ready to pay the actual vendor, that it's paid correctly. So it's actually in conjunction with the department, because they have to confirm that they received them, as well as the Division of Accounts. So they do not pay the vendor for all 5 chairs. They only are paid for the 3 chairs.
Okay.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So move. Because I'm going to ask you some other things
Sure.
about purchasing. We're done. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, we're going to bring up the next 3 people because I know we're running out of time.
Yeah, time
They can each
constraints.
speak, but I don't want to get you guys
Yeah.
over here. So I'm going to bring them all through. I'll
Yeah,
introduce
all
them.
3 at the same time.
It's their last 3.
Time management, time management,
Here,
time
just go
management.
there and there, it's fine. Okay, first we have the treasurer, Natalie Banks, is going to speak on Treasury. Second, we will-
Treasurer?
Yes, treasurer, Natalie Banks. Secondly, we'll talk to Ed Romero, who's the Commissioner of Risk Management. And thirdly, we will talk to Betsy Ruby, who's the Sinking Point Commissioner. We're going to kick it off with the treasurer.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of City Council. The Division of Treasury is responsible for collecting, protecting, and investing the public money of the city. We provide cash collection and depository services as we receive and prepare funds for deposit, manage bank accounts, and provide city departments and divisions with access to banking services. We provide cash management and investment services for the general fund and all enterprise funds. We print and distribute the checks for vendor payments, employee reimbursements, and CCA refunds. And as the paymaster for city employees, we sort and distribute paychecks and maintain employee direct deposits. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do you get a chance as a treasurer to invest or anything like that also with the bond dollars?
Yeah, we do handle cash management and investment functions.
Sir?
Yeah, they have an investment manager in Treasury that handles those. It's very limited on the city charter and the Ohio Revised Code. But yes, they do that.
Tough job. Tough job. I like that. It's a good
Mr.
job. I
Chair.
have a lot of questions, but I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I will, because I know we're pressed for time here, but I'm going to say, give you forewarning, we're going to want to know with regard to Community Reinvestment Act, where we are depositing our funds.
Okay.
And what is the lending practice of that institution or those institutions as it pertains to mortgages,
Banks?
home repair loans, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We want to know what their record is in the city that we are investing our city dollars in.
Through the chair, the council person work with CD. We definitely have the balances in each bank. CD does the monitoring of that. If they put it on the list, we'll get with CD, we'll put it together.
Okay, so we're going to give you fair warning, and we're going to request that. Thank
Absolutely.
you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank
So
you.
when will you have it for us?
We could do the balances pretty soon. We just have to get with CD, so it won't
Okay.
take that long, but we do have to get with them and see how long it's going to take
Thank
them.
you.
I don't want to commit for them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably stop by to see you next week. You know, I
Sure.
just dropped by.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
there.
Yeah.
I'll be
Okay.
there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we're going to kick it off to Ed Romero. We're going to talk about risk management quickly.
It saves us money.
Yes.
That's great.
Feliz Año Nuevo, concejales. And I just want to let you know that Division of Risk Management, we enhanced it this past year, and we've, in addition to the workers' compensation, which has been one of our bread and butter areas, and I just want to let you know, over the last year, we've actually dropped another 6% in the total number of claims that we had last year. A lot of that goes back to Ms. Sonia Brown, who's our workers' comp manager. And again, we're a cutting-edge, leading-edge system in the state of Ohio for municipalities. We also, the Division of Risk Management also adjudicates the multiple hundreds of motor vehicle accidents that we have every year throughout every department division, including police, fire, and EMS, as well as all the departments of the city of Cleveland. In this new year, we've also taken on the role of doing emergency planning, which we're working very closely with City Council on. As far as active shooter, we've prepared a new plan for City Hall for emergency evacuations. We've trained over 400 City Hall staff in fire extinguisher training. We plan on also, we've dedicated ourselves in light of the tragic events of last year where we lost firefighter Johnny Tetrick. We're implementing a massive highway safety program, and we're working with ODOT to help us in it.
Can I say this?
Yes.
Can we bring aide in to the table. You and I do a joint on emergency preparedness, Mr.
We'll
Chair.
coordinate, because I have some other questions.
Yeah.
Okay, and, in this past year.
We got 2 minutes, we got
I
a
know.
quorum.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask. EMS, I'm going to direct it right to Mr. Gentile.
Yeah, through the chair.
We want to know how many outstanding accounts receivable for Cleveland EMS from all of 2022 to date through 2023. I want to know what the number of people who are working on EMS billing in 2019 prior to the pandemic, and how many are working in the department today. And also, as it pertains to that, those outstanding accounts receivable, I want to know what the dollar amount is associated with that.
Through the chair, the councilperson, yes, we'll write that down.
So
We'll get
staff
some
is hearing
information.
that? Staff?
Just,
Joe Chitrin, are you hearing that? Thank you.
just
Okay.
quickly on that, I mean, the city is going to be introducing legislation to the council that talks about sending the billing function out, so that.
And you know, Mr. Gentile, that's going to be a problem.
I get
I'm
it.
giving you fair warning, that's going to be a problem.
That's going to be an issue.
So there will be a
Okay.
piece introduced very soon that will address that. I'm just.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, why didn't you guys audit that with the, because you have a cutoff point. Councilmember Mike Pelinci dealt with this back in 1998. We saw the lessons learned, but no one, because you could audit it quarterly or semi-annually, but you did not.
Through the chair, the council person, we've lost a lot of people in that area. We do audit that. We have an audit by Medicaid. Right now, we just have several challenges with it. So that's why we decided we're the only municipality that we can see of our size that actually bills it in-house. So that's why.
Chairman, I just been advised we're going to have to break because the council president is calling.
Yeah, we got to go over there.
We have to come back next Monday.
Well, we have
Yeah,
Luffins, Betsy, but.
Okay. We want to see Ms. Ruby back
Okay.
at the table.
All right, we got to go. We got to have this forum.
Oh, it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we got a lot of-
We got one
Mr.
person.
Gentile, I guess this is off the record, but I'm not sure who's coming back Monday. I know Director's not here. Please tell him congratulations from all of us. But also, I wanted to pass along the budget meeting for the neighborhoods.
Yeah, we're about to go
I would love to see that budgeted for 2024 and, for example, to provide a meal or other things that would increase attendance at those and maybe add additional meetings. So what's the best way to pass that
Just Miss
along?
Betsy is the only one.
I would-
Gentile, we'll follow up with Betsy briefly next week.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, we just need to get
I think if you would email Chief
Oh,
Ebanama.
this meeting of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is
He
adjourned.
coordinates it. If you want to CC Jim Hartley and me,